Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, participants both here in person and virtually. Welcome to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation's annual China Forum. As the chairman of Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, it's my great pleasure to say we think this program is very important for VOC and for the world. My own personal relationship with some of the heroes of China, including my good friend Jimmy Lai, who's now in jail in Hong Kong, who represents so many freedom fighters throughout China, about whom we will hear so much today. And with regard to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation itself, I remind everyone that VOC is a nonpartisan public policy organization calling out the singular atrocities of communism around the world, and remembering the 100 million people who died over the last century, and the millions and millions of people who still live under communism. I say bipartisan. We were created by an act of Congress in 1993, broadly supported and signed into law by then President Bill Clinton. Our two heroes, our presidents, Harry Truman and Ronald Reagan, and they represent all the best of what VOC is about. And that's why we have our VOC Truman-Reagan Medal that we confer on individuals like Jimmy Lai. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry I can't be with you. I wish you a wonderful conference. I look forward to hearing a full report on the results of your deliberation and on how we can stand tall for freedom, not only in China, but around the world. Thank you for being with us today.
My name is Andrew Bremberg, and I have the honor to serve as the president of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. And I want to welcome you all here to come hear about from top China experts about such important work that is happening in such urgent and dangerous times. We are honored today to host our 8th annual China Forum Conference and to begin the public portion of our program, which is now being live streamed to thousands of followers and supporters online. I especially want to thank all of our sponsors for your support of this important gathering, especially the Diana Davis Spencer Foundation and the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. Our work and this event are only possible because of you and your support. This is an important occasion for us to share expertise and experiences from our work and those of others to help us more effectively address and understand the unique nature of the China challenge we face today. And what an incredible year it has been since our last China Forum. We have seen the historic passage of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act by Congress, and we at VOC published new groundbreaking work, not just the work that had supported the passage of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, but then publication of the Xinjiang Papers, which helped garner greater support for diplomatic boycotts of the 2022 Beijing Olympic Games at the time. But most significantly, the most widely read and published story on Xinjiang, the release of the hacked documents, the Xinjiang police files. Tens of thousands of documents, including the first photos from inside the camps. And while those have been important publications to see, we know the malign influence and work by the CCP has only continued and, in fact, apparently intensified over the last year. Not just the human rights abuses, which of course include mass internment, forced labor, repression of religion and culture, parent-child separation, forced abortion and sterilization, and now also forced organ harvesting. But we've also seen the regime continue its repression internationally, threats to Taiwan and the Taiwan Straits, its support for Putin's war and invasion in Ukraine, and their continued propaganda and disinformation campaigns, as well as their own environmental abuses, which of course is ironic given their use of forced labor to sell solar panels at the time in which they are increasing their coal emissions. Of course, we can't help but gather as we gather today to be cognizant of the incredible protests that are taking place in China as we speak. All of us, I'm sure, are following the incredible developments closely. And I've spoken with experts, including Chinese dissidents, that say this is not only an opportunity, this is an opportunity not seen in a generation. That these protests demonstrate how much the Chinese people really know and how much they see through the CCP's own domestic propaganda. I think we should all take stock of how incredibly courageous these individuals are who have been standing up, not just against their COVID policies, but also those standing for freedom and democracy. To paraphrase a Chinese dissident, Hu Ping, fear is not passed down to the next generation, whereas the thirst for freedom is spontaneous and self-generating in all generations. In short, dictatorship is fragile, but it, by its very nature, whereas the human spirit is steadfast and resilient, even in the most direst of circumstances. Of course, as we've seen, Beijing continues its dramatic activities against activists outside of China. We've seen growing incidents of oppression in Western and democratic countries, of both oppression against activists, exilees, and incidents of forced repatriation against Chinese minorities in violation of international law. The disinformation campaigns organized at the state level continue to spread, particularly through use of social media. In one anecdote, in response to VOC's publication of the Xinjiang police files, we saw unprecedented attempts by the regime's propaganda strategy to use actually forged documents to try to discredit the work and try to use U.S. and Western social media to execute their disinformation. Of course, it's also helpful sometimes when their own propagandists make mistakes. In some of their careless propaganda, they also accused VOC of cyber theft, which of course does nothing but help validate that these were in fact real documents and help authenticate them. But of course, we know the CCP is adapting both domestically and internationally as it tightens its grip on information access within its borders and creating both apps and other surveillance tools used by the police to help track online and in-person activities and to track globally what's the activities taking place around the world. I want to just highlight a couple more hopeful elements that we've seen in the last last year. We've had many of the panelists and participants here today have done incredible work to help continue to expose the human rights abuses taking place in China, particularly by helping lighting up the supply chains and ties of Western institutions to the atrocities taking place in China. But it's so important in the last year, we've seen a real shift in the response by governments, not just to the U.S. government passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, but we've seen how both in the EU and in other Western democratic countries, unprecedented statements of opposition to the ongoing human rights abuses, additional recognition of the genocide taking place in Xinjiang. And while there is always room for improvement, I think we should take hope and stock in the fact that other countries are beginning to wake up to this incredible human rights challenge. Similarly, we've seen those in business and media and even in multilateral institutions to again take further action with further comments and outcomes. As we begin the official proceedings here, I want to welcome many of you that may have been to the Victims of Communism Museum last night, where we had a preview event for our China Forum, where we hosted a special screening in conjunction with the Campaign for Uyghurs and heard powerful testimonies from firsthand witnesses, including Rushan Abbas and Nurulman Abdurrashid, with their heartbreaking stories of family members detained without trial or simply disappeared into the CCP's mass internment campaign. It is so essential that as we talk about policy, law, that we never forget the human faces of the victims of communism. As I close, I've frequently in this last year spoken at other memorials or remembrances that commemorate the activities in Central and Eastern Europe of 1989 that saw the miraculous and peaceful, largely peaceful fall of Soviet communism. And in every instance, I'm always troubled by the fact that I ask myself, how would those brave individuals who fought, who protested, who organized, and ultimately succeeded, done if the Soviet Union possessed the surveillance tools, the enhanced surveillance video, AI, and apps that the Chinese Communist Party possesses today? I think that is an incredibly daunting challenge for all of us that care about advancing human rights for us to continually keep in mind. But as all of us gathered here today, we are and must remain hopeful that through the work of those here gathered and those bravely working around the world, that we will succeed in helping further expose the crimes by the Chinese Communist Party. I want to now say that I'm grateful for the work of so many of the participants that have joined us today, and I would now like to turn it over to Dr. Adrian Zenz, the Director and Senior Fellow of China Studies at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Thank you, and look forward to such an exciting program today. Dr. Zenz?
Thank you. Dear panelists, dear guests, dear live streaming audience, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the China Forum, our annual signature event here at the Victims of Communism. After many years, the Western world has become more aware of the nature and goals of the Chinese government and Communist Party. Under Xi Jinping, the Chinese state has increased its antagonism towards human rights and basic freedoms, heightening its assertiveness on the global stage to actively promote authoritarian values. As other countries are resisting these trends and are pushing back to preserve a global liberal rules-based order, potential areas of conflict between China and nations such as the United States have increased. At the same time, access to China has been sharply curtailed. Beijing's authoritarian control is restricting access to foreign researchers in China and the ability of Chinese experts and academics to exchange knowledge with foreign counterparts and participate in academic events. This means that China is increasingly becoming a black box for us. In this situation, we are now faced with the potential pitfall of framing China as a threat that we know less and less about. Put in other words, after having awakened to some of the harsh realities of the nature of the CCP and its governance strategy, we are now faced with the challenge of accurately assessing what that means for us, where Chinese politics and policies are headed. Activism to increase global awareness of Beijing's rights violations and policies is greatly needed. However, any activism or political work must be based on a foundation of knowledge and understanding. And that is the purpose of the China Forum. While my institution combines activism and scholarship, the focus of today's event is on the dissemination of reliable empirical research, analytical scholarship, and rigorous expert assessment. For this, we need to understand the conceptual cornerstones of Chinese policies that affect us and those in China. This conceptual assessment needs to be centered and strengthened with empirical facts, and a combination of conceptual framing and empirical detail must inform and produce high-level analysis, which in turn informs Western policy and activism. In this process, as we reflect on the issues and shortcomings of others, it is also always good to critically reflect on our own issues and shortcomings, first removing planks from our own eyes so that we can see the specks in the eyes of others. Today's panels bring together scholars and experts from diverse fields to illuminate our understanding of China in several key respects. The panels touch on forced labor, in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, referred to by Uyghurs as East Turkestan, and this panel was already held earlier under Chatham House rules, on the challenges posed by our financial and economic integration with China, on Beijing's policymaking in Xinjiang, and the general future direction of Beijing's policies towards ethnic minorities, and Beijing's global foreign policy ambitions and related power projection, including its attempts to undermine the international rules-based order. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce today's keynote speaker for our event for the China Forum, Daniel Tobin. Daniel Tobin is a member of the China Studies faculty at the National Intelligence University in Bethesda, Maryland, and a senior associate Freeman Chair in China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Prior to joining NIU and CSIS, Mr. Tobin served for more than a dozen years as a China specialist for the Department of Defense, most recently in Hawaii, as a senior analyst for the United States Indo-Pacific Command's China Strategic Focus Group. His interests include China's national strategy and foreign policy, elite politics, civil-military relations, and history and ideology of the Communist Party. Daniel Tobin, thank you very much for coming to us today.
Well, thank you, Dr. Zentz, for the kind introduction. It's an honor to speak to this gathering, and I look forward very much to benefiting from the important research that other presenters and attendees are doing. Since the university where I teach is part of the U.S. government, I have to begin by making clear that I'm speaking solely on my own behalf. All statements of facts and opinions are wholly my own, not those of National Intelligence University, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, or any other part of the U.S. government. So the title of my remarks this morning, which I think you will agree is well suited to this venue, is U.S. PRC rivalry and the explanatory power of Marxism-Leninism. We are now 2 U.S. presidential administrations deep into what some observers describe as strategic rivalry with the People's Republic of China. Yet there remains a considerable diversity of views within the China studies and the broader U.S. national security communities about how to define the scope, stakes, and drivers of this contest. There is nevertheless an increasing bipartisan consensus that the rivalry has a values component and represents a contest between political systems. President Biden has identified it as, quote, a battle between the utility of democracies in the 21st century and autocracies, end quote. Now, this framing is not very different from the way Xi Jinping depicts the contest in speeches to high-level officials of the Communist Party of China, with a crucial difference. Xi identifies Beijing's side with Marxism, and specifically with scientific socialism, which was a term the Soviets used for Marxism-Leninism. While Beijing's public diplomacy directed towards Washington decries the United States' Cold War mentality and disavows ideological competition, at home, Xi Jinping describes the PRC's success as having moved in a few short decades from poverty and weakness to the #2 economy in the world as a vindication of Marxism and of scientific socialism. The November 2021 resolution on party history, for example, maintains, quote, our continued success in adapting Marxism to the Chinese context and the needs of our times has enabled Marxism to take on a fresh face in the eyes of the world and significantly shifted the worldwide historical evolution of the contest between 2 different ideologies and social systems of socialism and capitalism in a way that favors socialism, end quote. At the 20th Party Congress in October this year, she similarly argues that, quote, scientific socialism is brimming with a renewed vitality in the 21st century China. Chinese modernization offers humanity a new choice for achieving modernization, end quote. Surprisingly, however, the idea that Marxism or Marxism-Leninism is relevant to understanding the nature of the U.S. PRC strategic rivalry remains extremely controversial in the English language China studies community. When former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd recently published 2 essays in Foreign Affairs in which he argued that Marxism-Leninism is crucial to understanding Xi Jinping's worldview, he received considerable pushback from other scholars. While some of this was misinformed, it nevertheless amounts to a legitimate question, namely, what explanatory power does Marxism-Leninism offer for understanding Beijing's worldview and practice of politics today that is superior to other explanations? Part of the difficulty in addressing this question stems from the way in which terms like socialism and Marxism-Leninism are themselves both freighted and contested. So I would urge listeners to suspend immediate judgment if some of the features that immediately come to mind when one hears Marxist-Leninists do not seem evident in China. For example, Xi Jinping doesn't talk much about the proletariat and doesn't share Lenin and Stalin's hatred of the market. But Beijing need not adhere to every major tenet or even the majority of the features of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy for the later to have value in explaining key pillars of the party's contemporary worldview and approach to politics. So rather than debate the meaning of socialism or Marxism-Leninism, what I propose to do briefly this morning is to start with what the party itself focuses on when it's enjoining its own officials to be committed to socialism, and then sketch how Marxist-Leninist ideas imported from Stalin's Soviet Union illuminate these contemporary commitments of Beijing. Socialism with Chinese characteristics has been the party's guiding ideology since the 1980s, and Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era is framed as a modification of it for new conditions, not a departure. When Xi today urges party members to have the four confidences, namely confidence in socialism with Chinese characteristics as a path, as a theory, as a system, and as a culture, I will argue that each of these contains orthodox Marxist-Leninist ideas that each helps explain or illuminate the present U.S. PRC rivalry. These ideas are not the result of a sudden change of political direction under Xi Jinping's tenure. Rather, they reflect remarkably consistent party leadership's ideas in speeches and policy documents throughout the post-Mao period. So the first of Xi's four confidences in the socialist path or road, as it used to be translated, and the official description associated with this, the official catchphrase, is the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the only path to socialist modernization and a better life for the people, end quote. This is partly a claim about socialism as the only solution to China's 19th and 20th century weakness, and partly an assertion that the success of the party's post-Mao policies and the progress they have afforded in transforming China from poverty to the number 2 economic power in 4 decades mean that the party ought to be entrusted with finishing the project of national rejuvenation. Beijing's discussion of the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, however, preserves several key features from Stalin's Marxism-Leninism that are crucial for understanding how Beijing perceives its rivalry with the United States. Among these are, 1, that there is a difference between socialist and capitalist paths to industrial modernity, national strengthening, and the material improvement of people's lives. 2, that the two systems are in competition. 3, that countries' choice of socialism is contested, both at home and abroad, often by collusion between domestic and foreign opposition. And I'll just add ad hoc that we've already seen that accusation leveled by Beijing with respect to the protests in the last several days. They've immediately believed that those were driven by foreign interests colluding with their domestic opposition. 4, that the laws of history indicate that socialism will ultimately win. 5, that its status as a historically advanced system means that it will ultimately deliver better economic growth. Xi Jinping typically cites socialism's ability to marshal collective effort and concentrate on key tasks. 6, that socialism's use of the state to provide broad material benefits and eliminate economic exploitation makes it morally superior to capitalism, a claim that for Marx, Lenin, and Stalin was grounded in a view of human emancipation that focused on material improvement rather than political expression. Finally, for Stalin in the 1930s and for every Chinese leader from Mao to Xi, socialism was developmentally behind the most advanced Western capitalist countries in terms of economic and technological and military progress. And the objective was to catch and pass the United States to demonstrate socialism's superiority. For the United States and its allies and partners, Beijing's emphasis on socialism as path illuminates how deep-rooted Beijing's commitment to strategic rivalry is. A common cliche in China studies alleges that in the post-Mao era, the PRC traded the goal of a socialist utopia for a combination of economic growth and nationalism. You'll often hear that cliche trotted out about China even today around town. And this trade of this focus on economic growth and nationalism as the basis for legitimacy are framed as defensive and reactive instrumental goals just aimed at keeping the party in power. This, however, I think is a dangerous misreading that has led us to underestimate Beijing. The regime's founding leaders embraced Stalin's Marxism-Leninism precisely because it posited a path to state-led industrial development and national self-strengthening. The party, the nationalist project of redeeming the Chinese nation's status in the world by making China into a leading power, and the Stalinist project of vindicating socialism by pulling ahead of the most advanced capitalist countries, have been fused together since the beginning. What has changed under Xi is that the party believes China has caught up in some areas and now has the opportunity to assume the lead in terms of composite national strength and international influence by mid-century. Now, Beijing's faith in its ultimate triumph is tied to the next of the party's four confidences. When Xi urges confidence in socialism with Chinese characteristics as, quote, the right theory to guide the party and people to realize national rejuvenation, end quote, the phrase in Chinese refers to a theory system. Why does this theory system matter? It matters because the party's theory system is central to how it builds, adjusts, mobilizes around, and executes strategy. Contrary to the depiction of the party's governance over many decades in the Western scholarly literature as ad hoc and reactive, Beijing's approach to strategy is systemic and adaptive. This approach to strategy is a continuous, interdependent dialogue between theory and practice, however, is rooted in the components of Marxism-Leninist theory that the party most emphasizes today, dialectical and historical materialism. Now, one does not hear Xi Jinping talk much about class struggle or Mao's labor theory of value, but he does speak quite a bit about dialectical and historical materialism. Among other things, he's led the Politburo in collective study sessions on each of these and frequently enjoins officials to employ them as tools and frequently cites them as core components of Marxism. And both are core to what the party absorbed from Stalin's Soviet Union in the 1930s. So what historical materialism means for the party today is that the comprehensive socialist modernization its leaders sought to foster as the primary aim of the state can be guided by scientific theory in each policy area, from economics to the military to ecology. What prevents the party's strategies from becoming rigid, however, is the other major component of Marxist-Leninist theory Beijing continues to emphasize. Dialectical materialism posits both the unity of material existence and its subject to periodic, major qualitative changes owing to contradictions between opposing forces within everything in nature, which continuously build, culminate, and are resolved only to generate new contradictions. What this implies for Beijing is that while its theories are scientific, changing trends in the world require a process of continual reassessment in the face of practice, leading to adjustments of theory and to adjustments in the party's strategies and policies, which then encounter the objective world anew. So this process is built into the party's institutions, into both its ideas and its bureaucracies. The party's commitment to socialism as a theory, its dialectical and historical materialist approach to strategy, ought to underscore that the principal research agenda of China studies in the West, which has tended to ask, what are the PRC's governance challenges and how is it failing to cope with them, need to be supplemented with an ends-based research program. The latter would ask, what are the party's goals? What is its theory of competition in specific domains? What are the assessments driving the specific policies it is executing? And what are the bureaucratic rhythms by which it reassesses those assessments, theories, and policies and revises them accordingly? Third, Xi Jinping refers to the system of socialism with Chinese characteristics as providing, quote, the fundamental institutional guarantee for progress and development in contemporary China, end quote. This may seem a banal quote, but it speaks to the very different political ideas behind the PRC's system of institutions compared to those of liberal democracies. Well, liberal democracies view competing ideas, interests, priorities within society as legitimate. And we see these differences as natural. And what we rest our legitimacy on instead is process and participation, not on the achievement of a particular end. On the contrary, we often set up safeguards to protect minority political interests from being steamrolled by the majority of the moment. We also see competing interests as potentially competing goods that simply need to be resolved by these procedural institutions. Marxist-Leninist institutions, in contrast, are designed to pursue the wholesale transformation of society as their purpose. The Communist Party of China's case for its rule is not based on a theory of political participation, but rather on its ability to advance the collective interests of the Chinese people by wielding scientific theory to modernize and develop China, the correctness of which it alleges is proved by the transformation of the country from poverty to world power in several decades. Now, Marx and Lenin had thought that a socialist revolution would allow the state, which they thought was a tool of ruling class interests, to wither away once the sources of class conflict had been eliminated. What Lenin and Stalin, by contrast, came to believe was that in the period where socialism had been established in some places but not in others, the state would have to be strengthened for two purposes: defend the revolution against its internal and external enemies that would be trying to crush it, and mobilize for economic development to win that race with capitalism that I mentioned earlier. Contemporary PRC institutions that were built on Stalin's Marxist-Leninist model were designed with those same two purposes in mind, and they reflect those purposes. So there's kind of a mismatch when we think of our approach to governing as kind of solving problems that come up, and then you hold legislation and you deal with them and you decide what you're going to do, as opposed to governance as moving in a direction and taking society somewhere. So here, in addition to a vanguard party that rules on the basis of its navigation according to the laws of history, two other Leninist ideas remain embedded in contemporary PRC political institutions, and I would argue are increasingly a source of strategic distrust between Beijing on the one hand and the United States and its allies. And these are the dictatorship of the proletariat and the United Front. Both have to do with the penetration of social institutions external to the party. The dictatorship of the proletariat, a concept that the Soviet Union actually discarded in 1961, which remains part of the Communist Party of China's basic line today, includes both the use of all major institutions to defend the revolution against its internal enemies, and also the mobilization of all social institutions for the purpose of building socialism. Stalin had described the party's leadership as the motive force in the dictatorship of the proletariat, and he said the dictatorship itself was realized by the transmission belts of mass organizations. So the contrast here is, in the West, we think of civic institutions as designed to actually represent the interests of the constituency that they are associated with. Like a labor union represents labor interests in political society, or a women's organization represents women's interests. For the PRC, those institutions are not designed to represent the interests of that group. They're designed so that the party can mobilize that group around the party's goals and move in that direction. That's a fundamental different set of political ideas about what institutions are for. And I think it's a major source of distrust between the two sides, both in particularly in the international arena, where when the PRC injects itself into international institutions, it tries to sort of animate them around its goals rather than having them function in the way that they were designed to function. So finally, the idea of socialism and Chinese characteristics as a culture is the newest of the four competences. It dates to a speech of Xi Jinping's at the party's 95th birthday celebration in 2016. But the idea that culture is a domain of socialist modernization dates to the Mao era. and the challenge of building a syncretic culture that is modern but also draws upon the motive power and prestige of uniquely Chinese cultural tradition is something intellectuals in China were grappling with well before the party. Here, however, the persistence of Marxist-Leninist ideas helps explain an otherwise puzzling phenomenon that troubles Beijing. Why China's growing comprehensive national power combined with its diverse and rich cultural heritage has not translated in Beijing's assessment into commensurate soft power on the international stage. This is something that Xi Jinping explicitly worries about and is trying to address. On the contrary, the party's domestic intolerance has dramatically undermined its efforts to portray its governance system as culturally rooted and internationally legitimate. For Beijing, the Marxist-Leninist idea that cultural production is political, rooted in the interests of the creators of objective material conditions, leads to a view that cultural production ought to support the party's policy objectives. She maintains that, quote, developing Chinese culture means orienting culture towards socialism. Cultural production that depicts social or political problems in a way that does not advance the party's goals is therefore to be suppressed. The Marxist-Leninist idea that an advanced culture means secular modernity, however, has thrown Beijing into conflict with the very elements of China's diverse cultural tradition that it might otherwise draw upon for international prestige. The party's intensifying repression of Islam and Christianity, one of the major subjects that has been drawn attention to by this organization that we're with today, is growingly well known in the West, and is an increasing source of disillusionment with Beijing and Washington and Europe. But the parties demand that religion and philosophy in China be pruned so that it can be brought into conformity with the requirements of Chinese socialism, undermines the foreign policy principles Beijing's diplomats espouse and the value of diverse cultures and civilizations. So in conclusion, each of Xi Jinping's 4 confidences in socialism with Chinese characteristics contains recognizably orthodox Marxist-Leninist ideas which illuminate the sources of intensifying U.S. PRC strategic rivalry. Socialism with Chinese characteristics as path identifies Beijing's view of the competition and its stakes. As theory, illuminates the party's approach to strategy and assessments of its progress, while socialism with Chinese characteristics as system and as culture undermine the incompatible political values driving friction between Beijing's preferences and those Washington has sought to foster in the post-Cold War international order. As we move deeper into a new era of intensifying U.S. PRC strategic rivalry, we need a research agenda that takes the role of official ideology in the People's Republic of China seriously. Finally, at a time when in our own country, there was a great deal of anxiety on all sides of the political spectrum about illiberal challenges to democracy, the kind of work the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation is doing to educate about the history of communism and the contemporary practice of Marxist-Leninist politics in the PRC can play an important role in shoring up our own commitment to protecting democratic values. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very enlightening presentation. It's my pleasure to start off the next panel, titled Entanglement and Dependencies, Addressing the Challenges of Economic Integration with China. We have the pleasure and privilege that this panel is being moderated by Anna Swanson, and I'm asking the moderator and panelists to please come up to the front. I'm just going to introduce Anna. She writes about trade and international economics for the New York Times. Anna Swanson previously covered the economy, trade, and the Federal Reserve for the Washington Post. Before that, she was an editor of Foreign Policy's South Asia Channel and the editor-in-chief of China Economic Review magazine in Shanghai. And she's written some very interesting articles about Uyghur forced labor. So with no further ado, please, everybody come to the front, and we look forward to this very interesting panel. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for that great introduction, Adrian. I'm delighted to be here to moderate this very interesting panel about Western financial entanglements and economic dependencies on China. If you spent time in China, you know there's a phrase that often crops up about the economic relationship, at least in the past, which is win-win cooperation. It's a phrase I used to hear a lot. But, this is a phrase that increasingly we're hearing less and less. Many companies insist that the United States and China are the world's largest consumer markets and that they need to be present in both. But some companies are now finding that a win in China translates into serious reputational and legal difficulties elsewhere in the world. China's program of military-civil fusion, its human rights abuses in Xinjiang, and its more aggressive projection of power on the global stage, as well as increasing U.S. suspicion of China's role and regulation of trade and technology. This all means that companies that do business with China can be automatically entangled in Beijing's human rights abuses, its military modernization, and its surveillance state. One point that may come up in our discussion is that decoupling is not a simple on-off switch. Some of these connections between the United States and China, economic connections, are being severed and redirected elsewhere, but there are also others that are still growing right now. And the Biden administration is taking a somewhat nuanced approach to this. The Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, was at MIT last week speaking about the technology relationship. And she said that the United States is now pursuing a policy where it's severing ties with China in certain strategic areas like semiconductors and biotechnology, but still encouraging trade in other areas like personal care products and seeking cooperation on other issues like climate change. So we have a very interesting panel here today to discuss how these economic relationships are changing and what other changes are in store. The panel will talk about the moral and strategic costs of doing business with China, including the impact of the Belt and Road Initiative, connections in financial markets, and the implications for Western companies of doing business in China. We have Claire Chu, a senior China analyst at Janes, an open source intelligence firm. She researches the geopolitical and national security implications of China's global economic activity. She recently joined Janes through the acquisition of RWR Advisory Group, where she was a lead analyst in the China practice. She previously held research roles at various think tanks, including the Mercator Institute for China Studies in Berlin and Project 2049 Institute in Arlington. We also have the Honorable Nizak Nakakhtar, who has over 2 decades of experience in international trade and national security. She's held leadership roles in the United States government and private sector. From 2018 to 2021, Nizak was the Department of Commerce's Assistant Secretary for Industry and Analysis at the International Trade Administration. And she also fulfilled the duties of the Undersecretary for Industry and Security at BIS at Commerce. She's currently taking on a very interesting role. Let's see. To give your current, she's a partner at Wiley Law. And we also have Michael Sobolik. He joined the American Foreign Policy Council as a fellow in Indo-Pacific Studies in September 2019. He works on American and Chinese grand strategy. He previously served as a legislative assistant in the United States Senate from 2014 to 2019. He will speak with us more about the Belt and Road Initiative. So I'd like to go to our panelists to make some opening remarks, and then we'll do a question and answer session. You're welcome to submit written questions. If you'd like to just raise your hand, you can submit those to us, and I would be delighted to incorporate as many audience questions as I possibly can. Let's go to Nizak. Would you like to kick us off? Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And I think thank you for the invitation to be here today. And I think it's remarkable the attention that this conference has garnered, and I really commend everybody for wanting to be here and talk about these issues. We need to keep elevating these issues. So as Anna mentioned, I was in the last administration, and that's when we really started looking into the China issues. That's one of the reasons I joined the administration. I'd been doing China for a long time, and it was something that was swept under the rug. And so we really needed to, at least I wanted to support the country as we moved a little bit more aggressively on these fronts. I wanted to 20 years ago, I started my career at the U.S. government. I used to audit Chinese companies primarily for the U.S. government. My husband, who I met at the Commerce Department, did the same. I turned to him probably about a year ago by now, and I said, we used to audit these companies. Did we see forced labor? And he reminded me, he said, we knew that there was an issue with labor. We always knew that they were underreporting, and it triggered my memory. And I remember going to these factories, and I remember seeing the workers, no protective gear, no heat in the winter, no air conditioning in the summer, the dormitories where they lived, and the look of utter despair and exhaustion on their faces. We saw it 20 years ago. We just didn't have the vocabulary in the US government to call this forced labor. Now, I wanted to quickly flag a few things. Even though I was in the last administration, I want to make perfectly clear, I'm an American. I want to support every administration that is doing the right thing because I'm a patriot and I want to advance this country and our allies' goals. But I also want to be truthful and I want to be candid and I want to talk about the problems that exist. First and foremost, with no disrespect to customs, we're actually not enforcing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act appropriately. We are continuing to see a flood of imports into the United States. Xinjiang is a big region in China. We know forced labor is prevalent all across China. We're still going to the grocery stores. We're seeing, products from Xinjiang. We're still going shopping and we're seeing products that have cotton, silica, et cetera, from Xinjiang. We need to get more serious about this. And by getting serious, I mean this. Customs, when you enter a product into the United States, you have to fill out a 7501 entry form, provide the manufacturer ID, provide a lot of information about the goods. Every entry into the United States. That basically means that customs literally has millions and millions of records of products before the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, where maybe reporting was somewhat transparent about Xinjiang. Millions of records of what comes from Xinjiang. Why have we not used those records to figure out whether new entries and new forms have been falsified? Whether by origin of the product, whether by manufacturer name, whether by manufacturing location. Epic fail number one, especially when the information exists. Number two, the law puts the burden on the importer to do its own due diligence and supply chain traces before importing things into the United States. Why aren't we demanding on every entry form, check the box, state that you've done your due diligence, and then customs can do those checks. I say this to underscore the fact that talk's cheap. Everybody talks. Everybody on the Hill talks. Everybody in the administration talks. Everybody around the world talks. But when you actually know what could be done and it's not being done, that I wanted to underscore is the problem. Polysilicon, the focus has been on polysilicon products. You hear a lot about solar, polysilicon. It's really interesting that it's like, how a magician basically tells you to look one way and then they hide something else. The withhold release order was on silica from China, right? That's way more upstream. And so by the government focusing on polysilicon, it's narrowed the scope of what is legally prohibited and to be entered into the United States under the law. That's a significant problem. The companies often say, well, I can't do supply chain traces. China won't let me into the country to figure out where my third, fourth, fifth tier suppliers are. Well, that's okay. You can actually also use statistical analysis tools to figure out further from the bill of materials what the likelihood of a product originating from Xinjiang or having Xinjiang supply chain traces are. Customs can very well do that. Companies are doing that. Some companies are actually taking this seriously and having, companies like me, firms like me, I'm an economist also by trade, which is also why I do this, to do these analyses. And so some responsible companies are saying, I'm going to take this to the board. I really want to move my supply chains out. But a lot of companies aren't doing it, right? And customs has the capability to do this too, to better target what has a higher likelihood of being from Xinjiang. Again, we're not doing any of this stuff. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the government had, over the last few years, especially when I was in the government too, we produced a lot of entity lists. Entity lists is like the government's blacklist, like exports of all sorts of things to them are restricted. We put a number of companies on the entity list over the course of several years who are involved in the surveillance of these detention centers in China. None of those, their imports have been prohibited into the United States. The Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act also allows the U.S. government to impose sanctions on entities involved in forced labor. Why haven't we heard about any companies being sanctioned? Which goes to the next point. I think the business interests in China are too great, and I think that spooks everyone. When in terms of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, and this just gives you a snapshot of just the amount of industry opposition, the American Apparel and Footwear Association noted that blanket import bans on cotton and other products from the Xinjiang region would wreak havoc on legitimate supply chains in the apparel industry because Xinjiang cotton exports are often intermingled with cotton from other countries. So instead of advocating for just an import ban, it's like, well, don't even try to go after anything because you're not going to get it with 100% certainty. So just allow the imports with forced labor to come into the United States. On September 22nd, 2020, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce issued a letter stating that the act would prove ineffective and may hinder efforts to prevent human rights abuses. What? How do you prevent acts to hinder human rights abuses by continuing to permit the imports from coming into the United States? It's these nonsensical industry arguments. Industry continues to argue, I need my supply chains to be in China because I need to continue to reap from the economies of scale over in China, and I still need to sell my products, without any argument that you can actually create the same supply chains and ecosystem if you actually move your supply chains out. The argument, well, I need to keep selling to China, and by way of sales, continue the forced labor violations, all of these things, export control violations, export control or tech transfer, I should say. I need to continue to allow to all of this to happen because I need my revenue to invest in next-gen technologies. Again, you can sell to other countries. You can do business with other countries and get to that same economies of scale that China has built over decades. But the fact that we're refusing to undertake the enormous efforts to do that, again, is problematic. When I was in the government, we did a quick study. I wanted to just check for myself, what is the economic impact of decoupling with China? Anyone want to venture a guess? 1% of U.S. GDP. I want to repeat that. 1% of U.S. GDP in 3 to 5 years. And after that, and that is a conservative measure because it doesn't take into account the benefits of not having your IP stolen and other types of benefits. After 3 to 5 years, they turn into economic gains. The economic gains are even stronger if decoupling from China enables us to better integrate our supply chains with our allies. So the hysteria from industry is completely misplaced. It's 1% of GDP in the short term. The final couple of things I wanted to mention is that we've taken the forced labor issue and we've taken these tech transfer issues and we've made them nuanced. We've made them technical. And by making them technical, we've actually, this actually plays into the business community goals who still have interest in China and want to maintain those interests. We need to rephrase all of this as fundamentally a policy question. Do we want to continue to do business with a regime that has been consistently saying for decades and decades that they want to destroy the United States, and they're destroying subpopulations within their own country? There's that old adage, they came after whatever group, I said nothing. They came after whatever group, I said nothing. Then they came after me, and then there was nobody left. That is what's happening now, and we need to speak. Finally, a news story just came out and talking about how, some supply chains are moving out of China and how U.S.-EU trade has grown as a result. This is a good thing. The more we integrate with our allies, the more we remove our dependency on a country that uses every dollar that we send over there to build up their weapons capabilities or enable human rights violations. And so disentangling ourselves from a country like that, and every dollar we spend there and every trade there creates more dependencies, which makes it harder for us then to take these measures that we need to take. We need to reduce our dependencies. We need to reduce the capital flows there in order to basically ensure that fundamentally we are adhering to the ideals and values of America. And even equally as important, we do not give somebody the reins to control us like a puppet, which is the situation that we're in now. With that, I will stop. My time is up.
Thank you, Nazak. And that's a very good point about the massive kind of financial interests in China that are also very influential on U.S. policy. And so I thought we could go to Claire Chu next, because I think that's maybe a segue into her area of interest, and then we'll go to Michael.
Sure. Thank you, Anna. I'm going to talk a little bit today about publicly traded Chinese companies, U.S. investor exposure to these Chinese companies, and to Chinese economy at large via the capital markets, and also related issues pertaining to investor protections, due diligence, national security, human rights, and sanctions, divestment efforts, targeted decoupling, all of that. So this is a topic that's relatively new. That's in part because of the challenges presented by China's global integration to the financial markets has really evolved over the past few years. I started working on this issue maybe about 5 years ago, and even before then, I worked in more traditional security issues, kinetic security, defense, and I spent a little bit of time in Berlin at the Mercator Institute, where the focus at that time, 2016, was very, very different. In the States at the time, the topic of the conversation was, A2AD. It was about maritime, China, South China Sea, whereas in Europe, in a lot of countries, the focus was on manufacturing and innovation and IP and tech, and a lot of these topics that we weren't really discussing at the same, I guess, fervor or enthusiasm. And in the past 5 years, this has changed dramatically. I think a lot of the work that Nazak has done has contributed to this, and just bringing this topic of national security at the nexus of national security, but also business, not illicit finance necessarily, but totally commercial, above the table, licit finance and economics to the forefront. So that's what we'll be talking about. And it's also great to see that U.S. political interest and political will and public interest has really, really expanded in this topic over the past few years. More people are looking at the U.S. China economic and financial relationship through a national security lens, through a strategic lens, asking questions like, what are Chinese companies? Are they commercial? Are they profit seeking? And sometimes the answer is yes, other times it's no. And that's because Chinese government is ultimately in control of its commercial actors, of its private sector, and has the power to determine whether a company is able to provide goods and services, to raise funds in the capital markets, or even to continue to exist as an enterprise. And so China's financial markets, similarly, are leveraged to serve the government's strategic goals and objectives in different ways. So last year, 2021, we saw Xi Jinping enact a slate of regulatory changes, regulatory actions, government directives, targeting sectors of the economy like education, financial technology, e-commerce, and online gaming, real estate. And that generated significant financial anxiety and uncertainty, not just in China, but internationally as well. Companies and investors don't always know if an IPO will go forward, for example, Ant Financial. Chinese education stocks fell dramatically after authorities ramped up restrictions on Chinese companies, on education companies' ability to even raise funds in the capital markets. That prohibited stock listings entirely for them, and shares for major companies lost as much as 50, 75% of market value. So the heavy-handed nature of the Chinese government's regulatory apparatus means that it undermines its own companies at times and, in effect, American investors and global investors in those companies. And this kind of regulatory action we saw last year, it was like 100 actions. It's not unusual for the Chinese government. This is a lot of times how the Chinese government reacts to what they perceive as societal ills and how they try to course correct, again, socially, culturally. But what really amplified its effect and brought this to U.S. headlines last year was the high level of global investor exposure to affected companies and industries. So the more intertwined U.S. and Chinese capital markets become, the more acutely U.S. investors will feel the aftershocks of capricious Chinese domestic policymaking that creates market volatility, it elevates non-commercial priorities, and exacerbates the lack of investor protections for U.S. stakeholders. And so how did this happen? U.S. investor exposures to publicly traded Chinese companies has expanded dramatically, as I mentioned, over the past few years. That has to do with the rapid inclusion and quadrupling of weighting of Chinese mainland listed stocks, also known as A shares. That started in 2018 in major global indices. So indexes created by MSCI, FTSE Russell, S&P, Dow Jones, for example. And so consequently, a lot of these companies that poured into these indexes, because index providers, when they choose companies to include in these indexes, which serve as benchmarks for the financial industry, they don't look at human rights. They don't look at sanctions or national security necessarily. They look at completely technical financial criteria. So for example, market capitalization, liquidity, the size of the company. These are the factors that are considered, not whether or not the company, for example, the Aviation Industry Corporation of China has been sanctioned in the past for non-proliferation activities in Iran. They don't consider whether or not a company like China's Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, a Chinese conglomerate, is building an aircraft carrier by 2025 that is supposed to counter the U.S. Navy in the Indo-Pacific. They don't look at whether or not these Chinese companies, for example, Hikvision or Dahua or iFlyTech, have been also included on the entity list or military or any of the other sanctions lists, sanctions authorities, for their involvement in oppression in Xinjiang, forced assimilation in Tibet, or other oppressive activities in Hong Kong, Inner Mongolia, across China domestically. And even ESG, so environmental, social, governance standards, are inconsistent and self-reported. And so if you look at index provider, again, MSCI, one of the biggest ones, I guarantee all of our retirement holdings are benchmarked to some extent to MSCI index fund, mutual funds, so on and so forth. They account, the ESG, the social element, for example, accounts for safety or health, but doesn't account for human rights as a standalone factor. So I remember last year I looked at MSCI's website. I was curious about some of these Chinese companies that have been implicated in the use of forced labor. So Li Ning is a major Chinese sportswear company. It's publicly traded. It's been found to use Uyghur forced labor in its supply chains. It had like a 7 out of 10. The forced labor wasn't mentioned in its rating, and that's because, again, this is self-reported, and human rights, forced labor, these are not criteria considered by the financial community when they're putting together socially conscious products. So a lot of fund managers and investors, retail investors, institutional investors, you and me, pension funds, endowments, use passive investment strategies to gain exposure to specific industries, geographic regions, or specific slice of large cap, high performing companies. So passive investing usually means, as I mentioned, buying index funds, other mutual funds, or investing in exchange traded funds, ETFs that track indexes. So before 2018, it was difficult for Americans to invest in A shares. Again, any company listed on Shanghai, Shenzhen exchanges. We had access only to Hong Kong and the United States. That, after 2018, I think over 1,500 A shares became available to U.S. investors in August 2020. And again, weighting means that Chinese companies are like 30+% of a lot of the global indexes. That is significant when you're looking at, for example, a pension fund that has international exposure, and they decided to use MSCI index that is 30% weighted China for international exposure for all of their constituents, for all of the investors, for all of the teachers in, I don't know, Alabama, for example, or all the janitors in Iowa. And so index providers essentially determine Chinese access to U.S. capital, and then at times steer investments into a wide range of publicly traded Chinese companies that are engaged in business activities that ultimately contradict U.S. national security interests and infringe on U.S. human rights values and commitments. There's a dearth of country-specific risk screening, whether that's China or Russia. We might notice that when Russia invaded Ukraine, a lot of the index providers and investment professionals said, we pulled out of Russia, we divested everything. It was because the stocks were effectively worth $0. This was not a human rights decision, this was a business decision. And you can say the same for a lot of other financial stakeholders in Wall Street. So with companies, I mentioned some of the companies that were included in index products and portfolios after 2018. Many of these have already been sanctioned by the United States government, and we have a new sanctions authority that was enacted, Executive Order 1395 under President Trump, that were called for the divestment of Chinese military companies as determined by the U.S. Department of Defense under her fiscal year 1999 NDAA. That was augmented and strengthened legally by the Biden administration with a new executive order that expanded the restrictions, not just Chinese military companies, also their parents or subsidiaries and surveillance technology companies as well. So some of this risk exposure was neutralized. Many of these companies, like the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, for example, were divested by index providers. However, there are still many companies that Americans have exposure to that are affiliated to these companies, that are involved in the same risky activities. They just haven't been identified yet. There isn't any sanctions alignment. So we might have a Chinese company that's on a military end user list, or a company that's on an entity list that is under export controls. Homeland Security has barred it from, importing solar panels, for example, because of forced labor. But the companies are still available and readily accessible to U.S. investors. And again, that includes university and endowment funds funded by taxpayers. That includes pension funds. Again, that vast pension funds and endowment funds also provide the bulk of the funds for the private markets. And the private markets are a whole other story. We're talking about private equity, venture capital. They're effectively unregulated as investment advisors. There is a fair amount of opacity. They don't have to disclose the source of funding or investors. So it's a little bit of a dark hole in the financial world. And that presents a fantastic opportunity for Russian oligarchs to park their wealth, for Chinese state-backed funds to access sensitive U.S. technologies and businesses. And there are a couple of examples. I'm not sure if I have time to get into all of them, but in terms of private equity, we have Sequoia, for example, Sequoia Capital, which is a Silicon Valley private equity firm, has a branch in China called Sequoia China, and its investments include DJI, the Chinese drone company that has been also implicated in various human rights concerns, includes company E2 Technology, a facial recognition company that has also been implicated in Xinjiang and Tibet and elsewhere. And then we're looking at venture capital. A great example is looking at Chinese or U.S. innovation. So looking at U.S. chip companies. There's one company called Sambanova. It's based in Palo Alto, California, in Silicon Valley. It builds AI hardware and systems. And it's backed mostly by big players like Google, Intel, BlackRock, but it's also received funding from two companies. One is Walden International. It is a San Francisco-based American venture capital firm with close ties to China, and Redline Capital, which is a UK venture capital firm with close ties to Russia. So Walden International has offices in Beijing and China and Shanghai. Its chairman was a founding shareholder of SMIC, which is a sanctioned Chinese company in the semiconductor industry. And one of the partners at Redline, her father is a Russian oligarch, and she was formerly an advisor to Russia's state-owned Sberbank. And so we have all these examples where, whether it's private markets, whether it's public funds, retail investors, institutional investors have such a high level of exposure to Chinese companies, whether some of these are benign companies, but many, again, are involved in military modernization efforts. They are participating in activities are contrary to U.S. national interests, U.S. values. And so I'm really glad we're talking about this today. I'm glad that more people are tuning in, are interested, that U.S. government is pursuing this topic with more enthusiasm than really before, and acknowledging this is a problem. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next, investor protections in terms of just the policy discussion, and whether or not we'll see more sanctions alignment or interagency cooperation on this front.
Thank you. That's really fascinating. So Claire is talking about economic ties with China increasingly being viewed through a national security lens. So Michael, I think that certainly ties into your area of expertise, the Belt and Road Initiative. What can you tell us about that?
Of course.
Thanks so much for moderating. Panelists, thanks for being up here. And VOC, thank you for hosting. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. So with the Belt and Road, many of you will remember that this was launched back in 2013 as a global infrastructure project for Beijing. And on paper, as Xi Jinping outlined this project, it sounds very bureaucratic and it sounds on paper to be very boring. It has a 5-point list that defines the parameters, and they range from things like policy coordination to people exchanges, to eliminating barriers for trade, commercial economics, essentially. But if you look at the Belt and Road, not just as an economic project, but as a strategic project, and if you go underneath the surface and listen more intently and more closely to how Xi and his other comrades are describing the Belt and Road, it is the mode and method of the party's bid for hegemony, and by extension, their mode and method to supplant the United States as the current leader and most powerful country in the world. The Belt and Road has hit some issues during COVID in terms of funding, and honestly, even before COVID, as the Chinese economy was beginning to slow in its rate of growth, Belt and Road was also beginning to slow, understandably. This thing, however, is written into the Constitution of China. It is Xi's pet project, one that he is not willing to see suffer or die. It is evolving as China's economy is changing. And my remarks are operating under the assumption that the Belt and Road in one form or another is here to stay, and every one of us is going to have to figure out how we're going to reckon with it and with the strategic ambition that undergirds it. So if you have questions about funding, the trajectory, we can get into that. But I want to spend some time focusing on the malign nature of the Belt and Road. And we've talked a good bit about the situation in Xinjiang with the Uyghur genocide, so perhaps that's a good place to start briefly. The Belt and Road is both a sea-based and a land-based project. Half of the land routes in Eurasia for the Belt and Road either originate in or run through Xinjiang. And this is not an accident at all. When Xi Jinping visits the region and speaks to officials, he is on record as linking the logic of the re-education process and the genocide and the labor transfers and everything we've been talking about this morning. He links this to Xinjiang's role as a geographic commercial hub. If you look at the Belt and Road on a map, and if you look at Xinjiang's location on a map, you see this. Half of the BRI's land routes in Eurasia run through this territory. It is essential for China to use Xinjiang as a commercial hub of which they have complete political control. We're going to come back to that in a few minutes. But it goes beyond Xinjiang, and it goes beyond genocide and atrocities. The Belt and Road is also an issue for corruption. One of the most fascinating Belt and Road stories I've ever come across in my research of this topic, back in 2020, I believe, the United States was in the process of trying to expand its radar presence in Palau, a tiny set of islands in the Pacific Islands, one of which the United States has had a long-standing relationship with, both diplomatically and militarily. We were trying to put more radar sites there for our ballistic missile deployments in other Pacific Islands, until we discovered something very interesting. There was a Chinese, ethnically Chinese, I think he was based in Hong Kong at the time, this tycoon who was part of this multinational gambling ring that was trying to buy up land leases on those two exact specific locations in Palau for gambling sites. Now, at the time, gambling was illegal in Palau. But this gentleman was working the angles with the government there, and how was he doing it? He was describing this opportunity under the auspices of the China Dream and the Belt and Road Initiative coming to Palau and having China and Palau work together in concert, in cooperation for the economic benefit, supposedly, of the people of Palau and for his own commercial benefit. And he used the Belt and Road as part of his sales pitch for this. So this presented the United States with the problem of our own military deployments are now in the process of potentially being blocked by supposedly Belt and Road projects. You also have the censorship component, which I think all of us are also very familiar with. Companies like Huawei, companies like ZTE, Dahua, Hikvision, all of these surveillance companies, highly advanced artificial intelligence that Uyghurs and many other ethnicities inside of Xinjiang deal with every single day. And we see these same companies, the presence of their components, their technology around the world, in our own cities, here in America, even here in parts of Washington, D.C. There's broad awareness that these tentacles of the Belt and Road, and even more broadly, the tentacles of China's tech dominance, the way that they practice public diplomacy for economic projects, none of this is really a mystery if you're inside of the awareness of what's happening with China today. None of this is a mystery if you're a company or a politician that has any passing familiarity with China. We've talked about some things that the Biden administration and the previous Trump administration has done in response to these problems. You had the Genocide Declaration, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. In the case of this Palau instance, there was a series of fairly tough sanctions that the Biden and Trump administrations rolled out to address the issue, nip it in the bud. And there's been a push to ban Huawei and a push to limit their access to semiconductors, chips, stuff like that. That said, though, even with all those actions, we still have companies that are more than willing to continue to source from Xinjiang. We still have former members of Congress that are lobbying for Chinese tech companies and are shilling for the CCP, as we saw the former ambassador Max Baucus do after the G20 in Bali. Joe Lieberman is lobbying for, I think, ZTE or Huawei. I can't keep up with what he's doing now, but it's one of those. One story that I go back to as a former Hill staffer, we see current members of Congress do this too. I won't name names, but if you want to come up and talk to me later, we can, because it's already been publicly reported. But when I was a Senate aide working with my boss and a number of others on the Hill to try to get Liu Xiaobo, then political prisoner, released from China, we were running into issues with our efforts in the Senate from members of the Republican Party, of which my former boss was a member and still is. And the issue was, listen, we're very close with the Chinese embassy. You just need to let us work our angles quietly, silently, so we can handle this properly and not make things worse. That was them running interference because the state they were representing has a great deal of beef exports to China. Everyone knew this. Everybody knew what these people were doing. And this issue is one that is plaguing America's efforts to get seriously competitive to address all of these issues of malign influence and entanglements. No doubt, I'm not saying we haven't made any progress at all, because to suggest that would be disingenuous. We have. Like, the state of China policy today is completely different from what it was when I was on the Hill having these issues with other offices back in 2017 or so. So things have shifted. But I'm here today to make a simple, to share a simple thesis, which is we're more confrontational, but we are perhaps being more reactive instead of competitive. We are trying to undo our way out of decades of engagement with the Chinese Communist Party. And we're doing good work in the process. They've given us a lot of problems to unravel and detangle. But what I don't think we're doing quite well enough is presenting problems for the Chinese Communist Party to grapple with, to deal with. We're playing a whole lot of defense, but we're not really forcing them to do the same, at least not to the degree we should. So with the remaining minutes I have, and it's not many, but with the remaining minutes I have, I want to go back to the Belt and Road and talk about what does it look like to sabotage China's premier foreign policy project? What does it look like if we are able to overcome these issues? What does a proactive policy towards the Belt and Road look like? There's three possibilities here. One is to look at the situation in Xinjiang not just as an atrocities issue, but as an actual geopolitical problem for China. For centuries, dynasties in the imperial era of China have been spilling blood to control that piece of real estate. The reason is simple. If you look at a topographical map of China, Xinjiang is their best and in some cases their only way on land to access the rest of the Eurasian landmass. They need control of Xinjiang for commercial exports to the rest of Eurasia on land. Now, if this is tied up into a genocide, if you're the Chinese Communist Party, you perhaps have a problem if your greatest, most important foreign policy project depends on you committing a genocide. It's not just a moral problem, that's a material problem. What can the United States do about that? Beyond blocking slave labor imports to our country, we could take one of two roads. We could either say, okay, number one, we are going to sanction every entity that is a party to a transaction that has the commercial flow from point A to point B running through the territory of Xinjiang. The other way we could do this would be instead of having a technical term, many of you will know this, IEEPA sanctions, that's what I just described. The second term is based off of Section 311 of the Patriot Act, which is looking at the financial networks that underpin trade through Xinjiang. You could do this either from hitting specific entities, or you could hit the banking networks, which is what we did to Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups after 9/11. I'm not here to suggest one way or the other. I'm here to say there are ways we can do this. Secondly, for corruption in the Belt and Road, this one example of us hitting the entire global networks of this tycoon who was trying to block our missile radar deployments to Palau, for that one illicit entity that tried to do that, as Clara mentioned, there are so many state-owned enterprises that are traded publicly that engage in their Belt and Road deals through corrupt practices. They do this because they're entering regions that our American companies are not able to be competitive in, not just economically, but legally under the United States law. So China takes advantage of that. That provides us an opportunity to hit them with global Magnitsky corruption sanctions. The final thing I'll say, because I know my time is up here, if we want to get really serious about hitting the final element we talked about at the beginning, which is the censorship, the surveillance aspect, it's not just enough for us to try to hit one-off companies. We need to hit the source of how the party controls information, which is the firewall, the great firewall inside of China. If we want to get into that in Q&A, we can do that as well, but I will stop there.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I do want to invite audience questions. I think you have a piece of paper and a pen. You should have that near you. Go ahead and write out your question, raise your hand. They'll be collected. I'll lead off, I guess, by asking a few questions. And I also wanted to invite the panelists to respond to each other if you'd like to.
May I do that? Because
Sure,
I want to actually remind everybody, and I'm glad you spent so much time talking about Belt and Road. Guys, Belt and Road is already here. Chinese control major farmland with our food supply chain. Look at the hotel chains. Next time you stay at a hotel, look at actually who owns it. The presence is here. The soft power influence through TikTok and other ways. I mean, it's astounding. The CCP affiliated company, their acquisition of 370 acres of land, 13 miles outside of the Grand Forks Air Force Base in North Dakota, where sensitive military communications happen. The Belt and Road is here. The Department of Energy, a news story just broke today, that the Department of Energy just gave $200 million of taxpayer money through the Infrastructure Act through a CCP-controlled company. The head of the company that got the DOE awards was also the head of a company that was entirely owned by the CCP. CCP does not put non-CCP members as head of the company. It's here, and we're doing nothing about it at home, too. And I want everybody to be just as outraged. It is not a problem that's happening in other countries. It is on our soil.
Well, I'd like to ask you about the state of the decoupling conversation in your various areas. So, Michael, you went into this a little bit. But, you know, if you could each talk about what are some of the regulatory efforts in the United States or elsewhere, where they're headed and what the effects of those will be. Claire, I have a bunch of questions in your area of interest about this. So I was curious how influential this movement toward pricing risk associated with human rights abuses is. There's a lot of conversation in Washington these days about outbound investment provisions that are being considered. Investment firms have a lot of political influence in Washington. They're very concerned about these provisions. A lot of conversation about whether these are forthcoming from Congress or from the administration and how intense they will be. So I was curious about that. Maybe we'll start there and then go to Michael and Nazak as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Anna. So with the decoupling conversation, it's interesting to see how much of it right now is state-led rather than federal. So when we're looking at pension funds, for example, there are states like Florida that have really pulled back this past April. I think the administrators of Florida's pension system decided that they're no longer funding new Chinese investments at all, pending an internal review. The teacher retirement system of Texas recently decided this fall to have its China exposure. And Tennessee, I think, is the only state in the country that has reportedly no China or Russia exposure at all because they use a democracy system and they only invest in country-specific ETFs rather than over general ones. So they've taken a different approach that could be replicated by other states. But also we're seeing some state administrators become more bullish on China. For example, California, the future is CTRS is planning on establishing 3 new China-specific roles to expand Chinese investment. We're seeing this also in Massachusetts and some other states as well. So it's really different across the country, and that is in part because there's an absence of a top-level directive having to do with divestment or targeted decoupling when it comes to public funds. And I've spoken with fund administrators before. I've spoken with folks who work with like ETF providers, for example, and it's really difficult to be in their shoes because it's legally contentious just to remove a company. If you're like, for example, Vanguard, and you create exchange-traded funds that track an index fund, and that index fund has Hikvision and Dahua, or what, they're no longer in there, but certain Chinese companies that are risky or problematic, Vanguard can't just remove it because it has a legal requirement, has a fiduciary duty to its, to all of its stakeholders to exactly track that index. And so if it can't just pull anything out, right? They're replicating. And so I've heard from multiple folks in the space that they would actually rather the government impose more sanctions. They would rather the government enact more capital markets restrictions or investment bans or divestment mandates to make it really, really clear and to also give them legal cover for taking action in this space. Otherwise, their hands are tied. And again, it comes down to really ad hoc efforts by individual administrators, by individual governors, by university administrators, and it's just really not comprehensive. It's not standardized. It's not sustainable. It's a whack-a-mole approach. It's not like back in the early 2000s, we had the Iran-Sudan divestment acts. That created a template for various states, various universities, various stakeholders, individuals, and a list for them to follow when it came to divestment and decoupling. We haven't done anything quite like that with China. We've started with executive orders, but not to an extent that reflects the enormity of China's capital markets. Right? And so if we were able to take a more coordinated approach, if there's more interagency cooperation and a really big focus on communicating with Wall Street for proper policy guidance to actually coordinate the enactment of these divestment strategies, that would go a long way. I don't know if there are active conversations. The outbound investment screening conversation has moved forward pretty rapidly. So I'm hopeful that others about divestment at the state level are as well, but we'll see.
Great. Nazak, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to make a few points. No faction of the U.S. government is really being serious about, we say strategic decoupling, full decoupling, whatever. None of it we're not being serious about. And I want to give you a few examples. Claire mentioned the investment restrictions in the Chinese Communist military company list. The Department of Defense, under the 1999 NDAA, designated a bunch of 5 tranches of lists, a whole bunch of Chinese Communist military companies. for that list. And beyond investment restrictions, the significant of those lists are that they can't be in a government contractors generally in their supply chains pursuant to the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2018 and the federal acquisition regulations. What this administration did, even though the 2021 NDAA expanded the definition of the Chinese Communist military companies, the government threw out the prior 5 Department of Defense lists and just came with its own subset of one, even though the law actually expanded that definition. We talk about, you see in the news a lot, export controls. And for those of you who are not familiar, think about it as like shorthand for tech transfer and transfer of dangerous dual-use items, dual being military and commercial. We put out these controls, but the controls all have gaps. They all have, with China, if you have nuances, they're going to exploit those nuances. So we can't have rules that have gaps that allow them to basically reincorporate your company outside of China, even though it's in China, and basically take advantage of the gaps in the laws. There was a news story that came out, I think it was just last night, about how the U.S. government has reached this wonderful agreement with the Chinese government to continue to allow end-use checks in China to make sure that there's no violations of our export controls. So MOFCOM is the entity that both allows these end-use checks and also controls the trade cases, the checks there. Both are handled by the Commerce Department. For the trade cases, MOFCOM allows the U.S. government to go there, unrestricted access, check any records you want, stay there for 3 weeks if you need to make sure that, there's not dumping isn't going on. On export control violations, you get half a day. It's closely scrutinized by the CCP, and it's guaranteed to make sure that you don't find anything, because as soon as you're getting that hot-cold game, they force you out. And the government walks away being like, they passed my end-use check because I didn't find anything. This is the problem we're facing. And finally, I want to talk about the outbound investment restrictions. There's a lot of misstatements saying that, well, why do we need that? We already have export controls. Export controls basically restricts the outflow of certain items. But if it's not tech transfer, if it's not things that are technologically we're worried about, but if it's just actual critical assets, the movement of the production of medical equipment, cancer screening equipment to China, so that we don't have any here, but it's in China. That is what this law is intended to address too, and not enough people are talking about the merits in the law in the outbound investment restrictions to fill a gap that we necessarily have right now in our own legal system that absolutely needs to be plugged.
Michael, did you want to respond?
Sure, briefly, yes. So the thing that I always tell Hill staffers when I speak with them about what's the next China angle to take is, listen, all of the name and shame campaigns that a lot of folks in the China space have done to hit individuals and entities that have these frankly embarrassing connections with the CCP in one way or another, all of that is softening the ground for another legislative push from Congress. Because one of the themes that we're hearing a lot this morning is that the type of incentive that U.S. businesses will respond to matters quite a bit. A reputational angle is important for societal awareness, for political awareness. But what we have not seen yet is this systemic shift within industry. And something that Claire said a few minutes ago, I think encapsulates this. In some cases, they're asking for more regulations because they need something to point to turn down investment opportunities from China. So we need to be looking at whether it's going to be a huge bipartisan push from Congress or really small targeted bills that sneak their way through. More legislation is ultimately the thing that we need more than anything else.
But let me add that we do have legislation that right now allows the U.S. government to sanction Chinese, like actual financial sanctions that are involved in forced labor, and they're not moving on it. They're not moving on it.
I don't think
And
the list was published. I think the list was supposed to be made public like December 2020.
The Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act amends the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act of 2020 to include forced labor as a sanctionable offense. And so just hurry, like move on
And there are
sanction them.
offices trying to push them to publish a list, but so far they haven't been willing.
Yeah.
And well, and for other sanctions, they don't publish a list in advance. Like we're going to sanction them. They drop the sanctions on you. So let's just drop the sanctions on them. So I think you're right. We absolutely need legislation, but we need the will to actually execute on the legislation, and we don't have
Absolutely
that.
right.
That's really interesting. So yeah, legislation is obviously very influential, but the way it's implemented can make a huge difference in its practical effect, right? So, so I have some audience questions here. Michael, I actually got an amazing number of follow-up questions about the BRI specifically. So I thought I could do a Michael lightning round here. Someone asked if you could expand on your suggestion of efforts against the Chinese firewall and use of the Patriot Act banking options. Someone else asked about the Chinese influence with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and whether that limits U.S. effectiveness. And then there was also a question, how do you evaluate the future of the BRI in terms of U.S. China relations? Any thoughts on those?
Sure. So the last one we'll take first because that's the easiest to do quickly. The future of the BRI in light of U.S. China relations is going to come down to one thing more than any other, which is, are we going to continue to try to compete and cooperate with Beijing simultaneously as we are doing right now, or are we going to make a choice? One of the reasons we are here having this hand-wringing conversation about how do we get enforcement right is because when you try to cooperate and compete with your biggest adversary at the same time, you inevitably force yourself into a situation where you make trade-offs over and over and over again. And we've seen this documented too many times to count over the past 2 years. So it'll come down to, when do we decide to treat our adversary as an adversary, or are we treating them as a problematic nation that we can coexist with? Ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. For the other questions, let's start with the firewall. So, COVID. The Chinese Communist Party's response to COVID was not immediately to arrest the spread of the virus, it was to arrest the spread of information about the virus. And as a result, what could have been conceivably contained morphed from an endemic into a pandemic, and people around the world, including Americans, died. Of course, not solely because of China. Everyone is responsible for our own public health policies, our own responses, pandemic responses, but we all know where this started. We all know why this started. That focus on information instead of the virus has to be one of the most fundamental tenets of America's policy towards China. And when I say information, it's not just, oh, we need to make sure that we have better cooperation on public health with China in the future. No. They use the censorship mechanisms of the state to punish people who were trying to raise an alarm. And this tells us something. Not sure they're powerful enough to do that, but they're also insecure enough to feel the need to do it in the first place. This is the thing about the CCP today that I think we need to wrap our arms around. They're weaker than we think they are. They are not a secure regime. They do not behave as a secure regime would behave. So when I talk about targeting the Great Firewall, that can mean making it easier for the netizen inside of China to have more options available to them to circumvent the censorships. It also means putting the censors themselves in a more difficult position. It means experimenting with China's red lines of, if we, in one targeted instance, not publicly, but quietly demonstrate the ability to take down the firewall, or in a targeted way to make sure that certain search results don't get blocked at a certain time, we do it and then we test their response. Now, what we're doing under some definitions, and objectively, sure, it's escalatory, but it's the exact same playbook that they used in the South China Sea. They started building fake islands. They waited for a response. They got nothing. They militarized the fake islands after promising they wouldn't. And then by the time they locked in their gains, it was too late. We need to start turning that playbook around on them in the areas that not just matter to the party, but also defend the greatest weaknesses of the party. So for that reason, the firewall is a big thing we need to be focusing on. When it comes to the Patriot Act, it's using really powerful tools under Section 311 to target the financial networks of illicit activity. And you do this by putting the onus on banks that allow foreign entities to run commercial transactions in US dollars. So this can mean from something as light as, hey, Bank X, you have some questionable customers. You need to do better due diligence and make sure that you're not violating any laws. That creates kind of a gentle nudge for banks to maybe choose more carefully who they service. On the more extreme angle, we could do what we did to North Korea in 2016, which is to declare the entire territory a concern for primary money laundering, and that would be applied to Xinjiang specifically. It's important to know, I promise I'm almost done. What I'm describing right now is probably 5 years ahead of the curve for workable China policy from a political vantage point. Having that level of resolve to hit your adversary's censorship capability, to hit their financial capability that undergirds genocide in their foreign policy project, you only get there if you make a choice about what are we doing with the problem that is the CCP. If you try to cooperate and compete at the same time, you're never going to get to that level of competitiveness.
And we got an interesting audience question. How can the U.S. government address lobbying and consulting firms such as McKinsey and Deloitte that do business in China, given their power and influence? I thought we could broaden it up a little bit more just about political influence in general and go to Nazak and Clara because, political influence is sort of the crux of this conversation and what actually happens in terms of economic policy. So do you have any thoughts on how this issue should be addressed?
Yes. So I've testified about this, and I'll try to illustrate the point by giving a very quick story. I was at the Department of Defense years ago. It was just several years ago, and somebody else said, I'm going to give you a hypothetical, Nazak. If Guangdong Auto is stealing information, I'm just making up a name, Guangdong Auto, is stealing information from Tesla and giving it to another Chinese company to give them a competitive advantage, I can't do anything about that unless they're affiliated. And I was like, no, wait a second. Decades of jurisprudence and trade law basically allows a company in China or elsewhere to be affiliated with the central government if there is substantial influence over business operations. So it's not just ownership. If you're the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese government is a substantial customer that your business revenue depends on them, you're going to be deemed affiliated because they're going to basically compel you to act certain ways. So when you take that into consideration, if you take these laws that have withstood decades of jurisprudence at the highest courts, and you apply that to every federal agency, this allows not only the agencies to do their jobs better once you can make companies affiliated with the central government. So in the DOD's and the intelligence community's scenario that I mentioned, we can actually go and actively sabotage operations of Guangdong Auto. We have the legal authority once they're affiliated. Bearer registration. If all of these companies are now deemed to be affiliated with the Chinese government because of substantial business dealings, they all have to register under FARA, and that is an enormous deterrent.
That's interesting.
I just want to tell a quick anecdote as well. This has more to do with how China's economic and financial influence has become so deeply entrenched in global markets, including Wall Street, that even major financial stakeholders, the masters of the universe types, are already beholden to Chinese business interests in order to stay in the game. So last fall, I testified before the House Financial Services Subcommittee on Capital Markets, Entrepreneurship, and Investor Protections on Chinese stocks in the U.S. markets, Chinese issuers. And I was actually a backup witness, and this was because originally it was scheduled, I think, a month prior to when the hearing actually took place, and there were several potential witnesses that worked for or affiliated with Wall Street, and they had to pull out due to pressure from their employers. And I pulled the quote from Representative Sherman when he commented on this. He said, there are those who we were in discussions with, some who actually agreed to come testify. They notified us they decided it was in the interest of their careers that they not appear before us. Their decision to pull out of this hearing due to pressure, economic pressure, speaks loudly to China's strong economic power over politics and economics here in the United States. And so nothing really came of that. I subbed in. It was a great hearing. We did it again this past fall. But I have a second short anecdote that ties into that. So I talked extensively about some of the index providers like MSCI that started including Chinese mainland listed companies in 2018. And that's the reason their U.S. investors have exposure to most Chinese companies to begin with. There was considerable arm twisting by Beijing for MSCI to start including these companies. I think allegedly the Chinese government felt that MSCI wasn't moving quickly enough and allegedly took a coercive approach, and China's stock exchanges, so Shanghai, Shenzhen, threatened to withdraw MSCI's access to market pricing data. And that's one of the reasons this happened so quickly. The tranches were dropped of constituents very quickly. The weighting quadrupled very quickly. And that's one of the reasons why we are where we are. It was a coercive approach. The Chinese government wielded its economic and financial weight because it can, and it worked. And now we're here. So I don't have a quick solution. I think a lot of the folks on this panel have provided some recommendations on countering China in the economic and financial sphere. I'm happy to talk offline about this too, but a lot of the reason why we're here is because of this almost China lobby that the government has managed to build. Because I'm not going to say it's too late, but we're very intertwined. The financial and economic entanglements are massive, and they're only going to grow. Stakeholders are only going to become more beholden to Chinese state interests, and China is going to build a larger, again, lobby effectively of Americans and major stakeholders, Wall Streeters, Silicon Valley, leaders, if we're not starting to take an interagency top-down approach to say, this is not in the U.S. national interest. We need to coordinate the private sector, commercial interests with U.S. foreign policy, national security interests, and make sure that we're protecting peace and prosperity for all Americans.
Can I also add that, the president just went and did his G20 thing and talked to other countries about China. My issue is, why isn't he talking to the American public? Why don't we do a televised session where the president actually talks to the American public and says, this is a country that's a threat. I'm going to move towards laws to gradually start addressing our vulnerabilities and our threats. But I want the American public to understand that we're at economic war. It doesn't do good if you have closed-door meetings and talk to other countries when you're not actually first and foremost addressing the American people.
Thank you. I'm going to invite the panelists to just give, just a minute or two of closing remarks, especially if you want to kind of feed off what you've heard from the other panelists here and come to any conclusions. Thank you so much for the audience questions. I'm sorry we weren't able to get to all of them, but I'm sure, some of the panelists will be around for a bit as well, or possibly for lunch. So, feel free to come up. But yeah, Michael, any closing thoughts?
Something that I'm taking away from this morning session is reminding myself that even though we're behind the curve of where I think most of us would prefer that we are, and even not just prefer, where we feel like we need to be, it is remarkable to see how much things have changed over the past 5, 6, 7 years. It really is. And American politics, as we all know, changes at a drastically slow pace until it doesn't. And that question is going to be, what is the catalyzing event that really shifts our China policy in a marked way? Because things are shifting. Things are shifting in our favor for sure. The zeitgeist that I came into the room with, and that I think other people may have as well, is it's not moving fast enough for the reasons that all of us are talking about. I think it comes down to, is that catalyzing moment going to be the product of work that people in this room are bringing to the table that shift things on our terms, or is it going to be an aggression that targets us or a close ally or partner that leaves us no choice? And the first option would be far preferable to the second.
To piggyback off of what Michael said, I mean, why does it matter that we're not moving fast enough? Is because the more technology China gets, the more of our supply chains it cripples, the more power it has over us, and then obviously Taiwan and everything like that. From my perspective, I think time is running out. To be frank, I think the business lobby is too strong. I don't think the government's going to budge. And I think that's why all of you are so important. The more you express, you share news on social media, support reporters who are trying to come out like Anna with forward-leaning pieces, express your views. That's what's going to change the politicians, the administration's actions. But it's not going to come from at the top. It starts at the grassroots level, and the reporter level, and supporting each other and developing this echo chamber can go a long way.
And I'll piggyback off of that and just say that, yes, I agree. I think the business lobby is incredibly strong. I've had people ask, hey, the U.S. was able to use economic and financial statecraft to fight back Russia when Russia invaded Ukraine. It was an unprecedented effort in terms of scale, scope, size, for example. The use of capital markets restrictions or financial restrictions with Russia, the use of export controls, so on and so forth. People are really excited about that. Could we do that with China? They raise a specter of whether if China crossed a red line, for example, with Taiwan, would the U.S. be able to take this blueprint and replicate it with China? And the answer is probably not, just because, I mean, the size of the markets are just astronomically bigger than what Russia had. There are just so many more Chinese companies. But at the end of the day, the United States has the world's largest capital markets. We represent half of the United States market cap. You know, the United States, it's like 50 trillion or something. China is, I think, 19 trillion, including Hong Kong, like 11 trillion just mainland. Russia was, I don't know, I think half of that maybe. Don't quote me on that. But the U.S. has significant influence and power in the global economic space, global financial markets, and we can use that. We can leverage it. We need to start thinking analytically about how we can use this massive responsibility, this great power that we have, in order to help shape a world in which democracy thrives, in which there is peace and prosperity and security for all. How do we wield this power? And people aren't really talking about it, right? I think Wall Street knows we have it, but the problem is Washington is reluctant to step on Wall Street's toes, and then Wall Street is doing its own thing, and the Silicon Valley is over there, and we're not talking to each other. So once we start talking, we figure out how much power and strength we really do, like Nazak said, in terms of exposure to China, with decoupling from China, we have a lot more room to take these actions than people think. And so let's keep talking about it. Let's keep having events like this and having panels on this topic and writing articles about this so that all these different stakeholders across the United States, commercial, but also government, are aware that we have this massive power and responsibility and we should wield it as such.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for a fascinating discussion. And with that, I think it's time for lunch.
Thank you very much for attending the China Forum. We are now proceeding to our next panel on Beijing's ethnic policymaking. General Secretary Xi Jinping's hopes have been fully met. The 5-year plan has been fully accomplished. Beijing will increase the strength of its support for covering the high costs of operating and maintaining Xinjiang's internment camps and prisons. These are the words of Zhao Keji, China's former Minister of Public Security until June this year, or July this year, during his visit to Xinjiang in 2018. The words are documented in an internal document marked as secret. The campaign of mass internment, forced labor, and birth prevention in Xinjiang is unprecedented even by the Chinese Communist Party's own standards. Recent revelations through internal state documents have shown the extent to which Beijing itself was involved in not only authorizing, but also shaping, monitoring, and financing these policies. The question is, Beijing's actions in Xinjiang are raising wider questions as well about the direction and trajectory of Chinese ethnic policy, about the adaptation and how Beijing is learning, adapting, and testing its policies in the region almost as a laboratory for application in other parts of China with other ethnic groups, but also even with the Han majority. In today's panel, we have assembled an all-star group, I can say without exaggerating, of leading academics on the subject. And thank you very much for coming. We will briefly look at the genesis of Beijing's ethnic policymaking, discuss how the state has framed Uyghurs as a human threat, elucidate how Beijing's mechanisms of social control and surveillance in Xinjiang have informed and enabled nationwide systems of control, including the current zero-COVID protocols, which have most recently sparked unprecedented protest, even against the reign of Xi Jinping himself. On today's panel, we have, and I'm presenting in the order, I'll be going first with a very brief introductory presentation and some of the framing of ethnic policy. After myself, we will have Professor Xuesheng Zhao, Professor and Director, Center of China-U.S. Cooperation at the Joseph Corbel School of International Studies from the University of Denver. We have James Millward, Professor of Intersocietal History at the Welsh School of Foreign Service, Georgetown University, and Sean Roberts, Professor of the Practice of International Affairs, Elliott School of International Affairs at George Washington University. Thank you very much for making it to this panel. Despite being moderator, I will be giving a brief introductory presentation on some of the conceptual and policy work and some of the internal documents that we have been seeing coming out that have been informing our understanding of the situation in the region and that have shed new and unprecedented light on some of the policies, not only the policies in the region itself, implemented by well-known politicians such as Chen Quanguo, but also in connection with the central government, raising interesting questions about the connection between the central and the local. Let's see, I'm not sure I've paid attention to how to use this thing. Do I press the green button?
Don't press the red button, whatever you do.
I think there's a bomb under, no. Thank you, James. If I have any tech questions, I'll be sure to get back to you. Now, you're not supposed to be able to read every word on this list. This is simply an impression of the overview of the leaked internal documents, not to speak of public documents, internal documents that we have received from the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region since 2019, starting with the Xinjiang papers, which were partially disclosed, the China cables, which were in November 2019. Some of you, this may have been some of the first time that some of you heard about what's going on in Xinjiang in the context of the China cables. Talking and documenting how to operate the re-education camps. Other documents such as the Karakash list, the Urumqi police database, Nankai report, and then the Xinjiang papers fully disclosed. And then most recently, we've had the Xinjiang police files. Now, all of these documents are speaking to us at different levels. And the challenge that we had early in this understanding the atrocity in the region was that we only had lower level policy directives or reports. At the low level, at maybe the prefecture, the county level, at the village level. And we had to make all kinds of inferences from this. For example, a propaganda report about, oh, this person is now, or this person is now hardworking in a factory. And from these lower level policy documents, we had to make inferences to the higher level, including, of course, the central government level. And we were speculating, well, to what extent does this come from Beijing? Where is this coming from? How was it even developed? And so on. So, in other words, if we look at this from a policy cycle perspective, with Xi Jinping's internal confidential speeches from 2014, setting the whole policy reorientation for the region at the 2014 work conference and while he visited Xinjiang, leaked in the Xinjiang papers. This is really at the level of policy genesis, policy formation, the initial. Policy contents has also been rare in this human rights atrocity, which of course is supposed to be going on in a clandestine way. The China cables, for example, were a policy document that says this is state policy and this is how you run our re-education camp. Policy implementation directives then, for example, you have concrete directives for how to implement a labor transfer, a forced labor transfer plan or a birth control plan. And a lot of the evidence we actually got were products of policy implementation. Some of the lists of detained people, some of the spreadsheets, some of the bullet points that we had. And so within that, we've had to bridge a gap here. First, between 2014 and 19, understanding what happened, because we knew also that there was an increase in police recruitment, increase in the surveillance state, and now we know how much of a turning point 2014 was. And then we have some of the policy products from later years, from Chen Xuanguo, some speeches from him. We have the China cables. We have some of the implementation products. But still, for example, the area between 2015 and 17 was a bit of a black box. What happened? How did this evolve? And how does this even reflect back on ethnic policy? Now, when we try to do research, and I know this is a bit of an intense presentation, it's a bit of a broad picture. We are looking at different things, and one of the most important things we have been looking at are so-called keywords or phrases, TIFAs in Chinese. Looking at statements and expressions. For example, Xi Jinping saying in May 2014, those who should be seized in the context of developing a counterterrorism law. Those who should be sentenced. And then how that term later on became round up all who should be rounded up, detain all who should be detained by the time of 2017 and 18. Now, the Chinese approach to policy experimentation developed under Mao Zedong a bit under necessity of limited resources, the so-called experimental policy approach, meaning a local region can experiment with policy with permission from the central government. They experiment with a policy, they report back, there's a whole process to it until it becomes formally adopted in a region. And then the center, if it's a policy that's suitable for national upscaling, the center may adopt the policy for the whole country. Of course, in Xinjiang, that's not the case, or maybe it is. Maybe the panelists will comment on that later on. But between 2013 and 18, we see this process of experimentation, of having initial policy experiments, of trying out a localized form of re-education until more centralized institutions developed. And with the high-level speech from Zhao Keji, for example, we now know the extent to which the central government had been monitoring this progress, been involved in this progress and providing ongoing approval. I'm gonna skip that one. So if we try to understand this, Xinjiang's re-education campaign, but also other policies, including labor transfer and even birth prevention, were in an experimental phase between 2014 and 16. Chen Xuanguo came along, the party secretary, brought in from Tibet to implement, and then shifting into implementation phase with continuous affirmation and support from Beijing. The speech of Zhao Keji explicitly said, Beijing will provide the funding. You need more prison guards, you need more prisons. We know your prisons and your camps are overcrowded, but we will help you provide the funding for more prison guards and camp guards. Taking one step back, we see now yet another phase as Beijing itself was operating according to a 5-year plan, contained also in the internal speech by Zhao Keji. Under this plan, 2017 was ground zero, the year one. And then 5 years later, by the end of 2021, it was supposed to be implemented, the crackdown. This obviously took place, and it's exactly at the end of 2021, 5 years later, that Chen Xuanguo was replaced by Ma Xingrui. And the early indications that we have is that after the experimental phase and then the implementation phase of the camps, the crackdown, the high-level labor transfer, etc., Xinjiang is moving towards normalizing, solidifying what has been done, and normalizing and institutionalizing, making it sustainable in the long run. For example, we see the normalization of forced labor with the unemployment early warning, monitoring, and prevention system, with birth prevention, with an ongoing apparent decline of the Uyghur population. But Mao Xingrui also talks about a continued re-education that could be done. I mean, on demand is my own addition, my own interpretation of his words. We know there's ongoing imprisonment. We know many Uyghurs have been shifted from the camps to prisons, but we also know that many were actually imprisoned early on, immediately during the re-education phase. So normalization has several effects. Firstly, this makes it more imitatable in other regions. It reduces the intensity and it reduces the evidence. So the tourists have returned to Xinjiang. The place is looking pretty. The police has moved into the background. China signed on to ILO labor agreements because it's easier for them now to say, oh, look, the Uyghurs are already in factories. They're happy to work there. They have been mobilized their campaign style, but they've been there for several years. And now we're normalizing and institutionalizing these systems. So this raises a number of questions about contextualizing the evidence that we have and contextualizing this in the context of Beijing's wider ethnic policy. What does that mean? What we see in Tibet. In Tibet, we see a labor transfer scheme as well. But we don't see a campaign of mass internment. We do see an expansion of in situ re-education opportunities that cadres are conducting re-education. We see an expansion of the detention center complex in Tibet. How about Inner Mongolia? How about other parts? And of course, the Hong Kong police was learning from Xinjiang. And what we see implemented in Hong Kong in some ways has semblance to what we're seeing here. So as the center is learning and adapting from its various policy experimentation, implementation, and as Xinjiang is moving from experimenting to a heavy-handed implementation to normalization, if my interpretation of the developments is correct, what are we seeing for the longer-term trends? I think I've opened enough cans of worms now to hand it off to my next panelists. And I would like to give the word to Professor
James. So I think is this go by this rule?
I thought because you also introduced
by your rule order. I think I'll.
This is just the order that was set up by the.
You go by their order.
You prefer this order?
Yeah.
Then we will do it.
All right. Thank you.
James, please go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so I thought given recent events that I would, talk a little bit about recent events and how I see the Xinjiang situation as connected to zero COVID lockdowns all around China, and then also speculate a little bit or sort of muse a little bit about to what extent people in China are perhaps making that connection or not making that connection, which I think is a really interesting question right now. And I don't have an answer for it, but it's worth thinking about. So as everybody here knows, on the 24th of November, there was a fire in an apartment block in a Uyghur neighborhood in Urumqi, in Xinjiang, in which at least 10 people died. And it's been fairly clear from social media all along that most of the victims were Uyghur. Now RFA, through their reporting, has gotten confirmation from some police on the ground that all of the victims were indeed Uyghur. And of course, that has sparked the series of protests around China in multiple cities that I'm sure everybody here has sort of seen some of the video clips from and heard some of the extraordinary language from the protesters and the things that they were calling for. It went very quickly from calls to release the COVID lockdowns to calls for, for zio and minzhu, for freedom and democracy, and that whole range of values. And so most of the reporting that we've seen in the West, a lot of the rhetoric and discussion in China, even if it is very critical of the Communist Party and of the COVID policies, most of the references to the Urumqi fire have been in regard to COVID lockdowns. So COVID lockdowns seems to have exacerbated the problem in the fire. It probably led to the deaths of some of these people who couldn't escape. At least certainly that's what most people are thinking. And most of the discussion then has been about zero COVID per se, connections to the broader plight of Uyghur and other non-Han peoples in Xinjiang and the atrocities that have been going on since 2017 at least. We don't see those references made very much, if at all, and if at all, very subtly only, in the protests in China. And some of the protests outside of China have referenced them, but even there it's been a bit controversial, I think. So these current protests then in China are about zero COVID policies. There's always been some odd, extreme aspects to those zero COVID policies, I think.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Knows anything about public health, of course, but just watching over the last 3 years, we could see these video clips of apartment doors being welded shut. A lot of stories about people not just being, confined to quarters, but physically confined in their apartments through iron bars and wires. And it's questionable how much to really believe that. But I think from these protests and just comment of the sympathy with the Uyghur victims, it's clear that everybody knows about the situation in China. Yes, they've seen their own apartment blocks turned into fire hazards in the same way all across China. So that's pretty extreme, obviously, right? Likewise, I think the practicing of remote quarantining, right, from the very beginning. If somebody tested positive, remember the pictures of the big whites, people in their hazmat suits coming in and hauling people off to a remote quarantine center. And that's, of course, been continuing in many places. Rather than locking them down at home, something that the idea is that we're going to take people away and put them all together somewhere where they can have this virus eradicated altogether, right, under state supervision in some kind of special facility. And likewise, of course, the testing, obviously testing is very important in controlling an epidemic like this, but taken to the extremes, which we've seen recently, with everybody has to do a PCR test every single day, and then go line up to do it collectively every single day. So the extreme aspects of the Xi Jinping zero COVID policies are extreme in a certain way. And that's what my point here. And of course, they're also accompanied by familiar technologies, the use of digital surveillance, the cell phone being a key link, the recording of medical data, the involvement of corporations in that recording of data and collecting of data. Some of the controversy across China recently has been spurred by people's suspicions that one of the reasons this lockdown is going on so long is because corporations have an interest in maintaining the testing regimens. Even some people have been accusing the companies involved of slipping false tests into the mix just to keep the whole thing going. That may or may not be true. Okay, so obviously the similarity between this securitized zero COVID regime and the securitized approach to what the Chinese Communist Party called, extremism among the entire Uyghur population, obviously those connections are there. Now, as I said before, it's interesting that the protests did not reference this directly. I'm not sure it's surprising that they did not reference the sort of broader Xinjiang issue directly, but it's sort of interesting. I may be reading too much into this, but a lot of the, well, first of all, the remarkable thing is the fact that these protests began as vigils of people publicly grieving for the Uyghur victims, right? It shouldn't be remarkable, and when I put a question about this up on Twitter, a lot of people kind of jumped on me saying, why is that remarkable? Everyone's human. Uyghurs and Han, we're brothers and sisters and so on, and that's fair enough. But I think, from our observer stance, outside, it is remarkable, given that the propaganda for so many years has been that Uyghurs are extremists, that they're terrorists, or at the very least that they are needing coercive education in order to understand China, understand Chinese, and so on. So this empathy, I think, was a remarkable fact. But the way it was expressed, and this is perhaps reading too much into it, but through things like people saying, we are all Xinjiang people, or we are grieving for our Urumqi Tongbao, so twins or compatriots, this is a Chinese word, right? Seldom using the word Uyghur. I did a search, some of you may have heard of Li Laoshi, Bushi Ni Laoshi, right? This Twitter handle, this man who is handling an incredible amount of the video clips and accounts from these protests and transferring them onto Twitter and making them available broadly in Chinese. And I did a search, I may have done it wrong, I'm not great at searching Twitter, but I did a search of his tweets, not the screenshots that he puts up, because you can't search those, but his tweets. And I couldn't find the word Uyghur in his captions that he put on all this stuff coming up. Again, I might have done that wrong. So there seems to be this avoiding the question, right? Avoiding that broader issue. But those connections are obvious to anyone who's been following the situation in Xinjiang for the past few years. This securitization, the use of digital surveillance, the use of mass detainment as a policy. The fact that the campaign in Xinjiang began with a medical metaphor, right? The ideological virus or thought virus that was to be eradicated through these policies. And then a real virus came along, and the CCP attacked them with exactly the same sorts of policies, right? So these connections are very, very clear. And for those of you who follow political theory, the idea, the notion of a state of exception is very relevant here. And that really explains how the Xinjiang situation and the broader zero COVID situation are connected. A state of exception is something that an authoritarian regime does. It puts the society in this state of exception where the laws don't count, where people can be treated without following normal rules. And then authoritarian regimes try to keep this crisis going. The crisis never seems to end, so that this extra legal approach can be continued. And that critique has been leveled at the United States, for example, after 9/11. Guantanamo is seen to have coming from the same kind of political logic, but it seems to be very extremely applied in China in China recently as well. This use of a premise. So the so-called extremism in Xinjiang, or the COVID, the COVID pandemic. Obviously, COVID pandemic is not made up, but the excessive use of that to justify this locking down of the entire population is clearly an example of the state of exception. So I'll just end with one thought that I think is quite interesting. Even as protesters in Shanghai were shouting, down with the CCP, down with Xi Jinping, could it be that to actually reference and actually talk directly about what's going on in Xinjiang, and has been going on for 5 years, could it be that that is even more taboo than calling for Xi Jinping himself to step down? And I think perhaps it is, and that's interesting. So I guess one thing that we can hope for, though, is that this recent event, the horrible scenes of the victims in that Urumqi apartment building, has in fact served to normalize, to humanize the images of Uyghurs for people across China. Chinese propaganda always portrays them, of course, as either extremists or as happy singing and dancing people in grape arbors. And this shows them as normal city people suffering from the same bad policies as everyone else. So I think the massive outflow of compassion that has come, even if it doesn't explicitly reference the broader crisis, I think this compassion is a good thing.
Thank you very much indeed. Very, very relevant and illuminating to link the COVID protests and the unprecedented situation to the question of how the Xinjiang policies and situation is impacting the wider picture and popular sentiment in the country. Professor Roberts.
Thank you. Well, since 2018, I would say virtually all independent scholars studying the Uyghur people or the Uyghur region of China have generally agreed about what is happening inside the Uyghur region, and in particular state policies towards Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. They may disagree about whether that should be classified as genocide or mass atrocities, but there is overwhelming agreement about what is happening. I think where opinions have diverged is why the Chinese state is doing this. And, you know, there have been various opinions put forward, kind of rational reasons why the state may want to do this, whether it has to do with economic enrichment and capital accumulation, the colonial ambitions on territory, an obsession with security, or a totalitarian drive to eliminate all external dissent. But I would say that all of these motivations on their own are somewhat dissatisfying, largely because the sheer extent of ethnic profiling and the violent nature of the Chinese state's actions don't seem to line up with any of these motivations. I mean, rationally speaking, there are far less extreme or violent ways that the state could accomplish all of these goals, regardless of what you think of the goals themselves and whether they're legitimate or not. But this raises another question that I want to talk about today, and it's been less pronounced in the literature about the region. How can a state that legitimately seeks to provide for its citizens and a citizenry that seeks collective prosperity be driven to ethnically profile a portion of its population for violent elimination? I think the kind of oversimplified answer, and I think somewhat dangerous answer, is to suggest that this is merely attributed to the inherent evilness of the Chinese Communist Party, or even more problematic, the evil nature of the PRC's Han citizenry. I would argue that such opinions are not only misguided, but also reproduce the same thought patterns that have facilitated the violent erasure of the Uyghur people. In short, they dehumanize a group of people with whom one disagrees, opening up a rationality for eradicating them. Hannah Arendt famously asserted that the dehumanization of a group of people is a prerequisite for others to commit atrocities against them. Such acts of dehumanization allow people to suspend their belief that the victims are the same as them, subsequently allowing them to do unspeakable things to others because those others are no longer viewed as part of humanity. And unfortunately, history has demonstrated that such dehumanization of entire groups of people is a thought process that all humans are capable of employing. Arendt writes in particular of the example of the Holocaust and the dehumanization of the Jewish people at the hands of the Nazi regime and its civilian collaborators. But most of the history of European colonialism around the world is also filled with examples of the dehumanization of indigenous peoples that facilitated their destruction. I think we see a similar dehumanization process in the CCP's ethnically profiled attack on Uyghurs. As I have argued extensively elsewhere, I think the logic of the global war on terror was instrumental in facilitating the CCP's and the Chinese people's dehumanization of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. It did so by providing a logic that interpreted Uyghur identity and Uyghur cultural practices, particularly as they're related to the religion of Islam, as an existential threat to Chinese state and society. It offered a logic where the defense of Chinese society necessitated the destruction of the Uyghurs' collective identity. I'm not going to reiterate those arguments here as they relate to the global war on terror, but rather I want to look at how the logic of an alleged existential terrorist or extremist threat within the Uyghur population facilitated actions that inevitably targeted the Uyghurs as a people. And in doing so, I'm drawing primarily from the speeches of CCP officials contained in the Xinjiang papers and the Xinjiang police files. In particular, as Adrian mentioned, this kind of policy formulation and policy content aspects of those documents. And I think those documents have been invaluable to our understanding of how the CCP has implemented atrocities against Uyghurs and related peoples over the last 6 years. They provide us with clear evidence of how the internment camps in the Uyghur region were first established, and importantly, the role of Xi Jinping in their establishment. But they also outline the state's approach to eradicating extremism and creating stability in the Uyghur region of China, and how that approach came to represent the destruction of Uyghur identity itself. So first, to kind of look at the roots of this approach, we have to go back to Xi Jinping's speeches that were released in the Xinjiang Papers documents from 2014. I think in some of these, it's become clear that the CCP and Xi Jinping himself had determined that religious extremism among the Uyghurs represented an existential threat to Chinese society that needed to be addressed quickly and violently. This attitude was presented as state policy by Xi Jinping on his trip to the Uyghur region in 2014, following a series of violent acts inside and outside the region allegedly carried out by Uyghurs. In speeches from that trip that were analyzed by the New York Times, Xi likened religious extremism to both a virus and an addictive narcotic, noting that people who are captured by religious extremism, male or female, old or young, have their consciences destroyed, lose their humanity, and murder without blinking an eye. While Xi explicitly suggested that Islam as a religion was not to blame, he obviously was convinced that certain Islamic practices abundant among the Uyghurs were. He suggested the solution was effective educational remolding and transformation of criminals, presumably those infected with this virus of extremism, and even after these people were to be released, that their education and transformation must continue. And I would say this was the beginning of what the CCP labeled the People's War on Terror in 2014, which was a period where, as Adrian also pointed out, the state started to pilot some of the methodologies that went into effect after 2017. And when we look at the words of Xi Jinping in 2014, he still seems to suggest that the state needs to target quote unquote bad apples among the Uyghurs and not the entire population. But I think that begins to very rapidly change by 2017. A speech delivered by Chen Guangguo on the first day of Ramadan in 2017 reflects the beginnings of these changes. While he notes that local Muslims should be allowed to fast during Ramadan, he also suggests that party cadres and security forces during this month must root out existing terrorists, reduce their numbers, and clear the soil that allows them to grow. To do this, he calls for mass arrests of suspected extremists and terrorists, noting that for those with mild offenses requiring less than 5 years imprisonment, we can release them, but release means to put them in training camps to learn language, technical skills, and the law. We will release them into employment whenever they are transformed, whether it takes 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, longer than a COVID quarantine. While Chen frames this work as targeting only those who spread extremist ideas, it becomes clear through the rest of his speech that he has a very broad understanding of what that means. It includes two-faced party officials who appear to follow orders but do not in reality, and anybody who has any contact with people outside of China. Throughout his speech, Chen also continually reiterates that this is a people's war, and I would say he frames it as a wartime policy, which I think is part of the dehumanization of the Uyghur people. And he also continually reiterates Xi's own call from 2014 to show no mercy in eliminating criminal elements and clearing the soil on which they grow. Also, we see that this process of clearing the soil includes many of the other aspects we've learned about from the policies that are targeting Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, including the establishment of residential schools for Uyghur children, where they will not be under the threat of infection of extremism. And we also see the initiation of many other acts in terms of the extensive surveillance of rural communities, including people going into people's homes to look at the evidence of potential extremism among them. And the last speech I want to just mention is by 2018, we see China's Minister for Public Security, Zhao Keijie, confidently suggesting that Xinjiang has 2 million people who have been influenced by pro-Xinjiang independence and double pan-Turkist and pan-Islamist thinking. Southern Xinjiang has more than 2 million people who have been severely influenced by the infiltration of extremist religious thought. As the work of digging, reducing, and shoveling continues to deepen, the living spaces for dangerous persons in Xinjiang have been continuously reduced. And so I think we see in this arc the way that this kind of demonization, first of alleged extremists, quickly becomes the entire population. And as a final note, I just want to tie these themes to Professor Millward's presentation. If the CCP can mobilize its members to commit mass atrocities to allegedly combat the existential threat of extremism by likening it to a virus that dehumanizes those it infects, we can see how it can also begin replicating these policies on a broader scale in the context of combating a real virus, COVID-19. But I do think one essential difference exists. The CCP knows that a COVID infection can pass within weeks, but it imagines the virus of extremism broadly defined as needing sustained treatment that lasts years. And in this context, while we're already seeing evidence that the CCP is rolling back its zero COVID policies, one can expect its zero extremism policies in the Uyghur region to continue for a long time to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. A very enlightening presentation involving some of the latest documents that we have obtained from the region and linking that to the broader spectrum, the evolution of policies that, as they have unprecedented policies over the last several years. Professor Zhao, we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Adrian, for having me here. It's a great pleasure to join the distinguished colleagues in this panel. And they already presented the recent developments that we have seen the escalation of collective repression of the Uyghurs minority groups in Xinjiang. So the questions for me here are how we got to this point, and what are the minds of the Chinese leaders, including Xi Jinping. Since I'm a China scholar of China, so I try to read their minds and why they have done what they have done in the last decade. So here there are several points I want to elaborate. First, what are the significance of Xinjiang and the ethnic minority areas for China, for Chinese leaders? There are 2 points I think very important here. First is that the ethnic minority concentrated areas have account for 64 or 65% of the Chinese territory, although they are only 9 or 8% of the population. So the resource, especially those resource-rich areas, are mostly populated by those ethnic minority areas. So Mao Zedong, once he had a very famous saying in 1956 that when we say China has a vast land, rich resources, and huge population, what we actually mean is that the Han nationality has a huge population and ethnic minorities have vast land and rich resources. Second, most ethnic minorities are what we can call trans-border nationalities. And that involves, from Chinese leaders' mind, national security issues. If you give them choice, the Uyghurs would join their other Muslim brothers across border to form Islamic Republic. All Tibetans would join India, and the Mongolians would join Mongolian Republic. So those are security issues for China. Then the second question here I want to explore here is, then how do they have tried to maintain the so-called integrity of this territory? They have done several very significant, at least 3 aspects, significant jobs to do that. First is a united front, autonomous regions policy, try to give the impression that those minority groups, including the Uyghurs, are given some kind of autonomous, and given those ethnic minority cadres some symbolically important positions without real authority, in fact, and try to integrate those into the Chinese system. But that autonomous region system in China is very different from federal system in this country. In fact, the autonomous region in China is still unitary, part of unitary state. So, but give that kind of impression that they have some kind of autonomous power. Their cultures were respected, and including try to bring a lot of ethnic activists into those ethnicity colleges, universities, to train them with the Chinese culture. It's kind of assimilation policy. Second, the Communist Party, because this part of chain of command, so really Chinese government has done a lot of work, try to build a clear chain of command, a bureaucratic structure to engage ethnic affairs. At central party level or central government level, there are 3 institutions I think are very important we have to pay attention to. One is State Nationality Affairs Commission at the government side. And that is very vertical level of structure. Every province, every municipality, and every city county, they also have those kind of state nationality affairs commission. Even in the ministries, they have those offices to manage ethnic issues. Then also another institution I think important is National People's Congress Nationality Affairs Committee, composed of all ethnic delegates in the National People's Congress. Although people said that's a window dressing, but those give symbolic positions to those ethnic groups. Third institution I think we should pay attention to is United Front Work Department of CCP Central Committee. The difference between State Nationality Affairs Committee and the United Front Department is that the United Front Department has overall authority over ethnic affairs and controls all ethnic affairs policy making and also implementation, leadership role. And State Nationality Affairs Commission is mandated to promote not only the policy to certain way. I read some literature that they try to help to promote those so-called diversity or autonomous policies of those ethnic groups. And the State Nationality Affairs Commission has always headed since 1954 by ethnic group, ethnic minority. And in the Central United Front Department, there are two bureaus in charge of ethnic group. Bureau 6 is in charge of Tibetan affairs, which has been there for quite a while. Bureau 13 is a new bureau when I went to China talking to people in the last several years, because Xinjiang now becomes important, in charge of Xinjiang affairs. But these people I met, they are always Han cadres. So that's very different between these two systems. And third aspect they have done is try to give some kind of what I call inducement policy. It's kind of affirmative action. These include several aspects. Try to give some preferential economic treatment to ethnic minority areas, and also try to give them kind of over-representation in the government bureaucracies, including National People's Congress. And the law required 12% of ethnic minority representation, although they have only 9% of the population. And also try to give kind of preferential treatments socially, such as if the minority students taking the university entrance exam, they could have 30, 40 points lower than the Han majority to get into the universities. So they thought these will work, but these have not worked. They have done a lot of work, but these have not bought or controlled the ethnic allegiance to the Communist Party. Why? There are several points I want to make. First, this inducement policy, all those kind of control, has really not met those ethnic groups more in line with the party policy. In fact, give the ethnic culture consciousness to them, especially after China has opened up to the outside world. And those ethnic groups have got into international connections, like this group type of things, to work with them. And another thing I think very important here, that the Chinese economic reform, so-called market-oriented reform, has marginalized those ethnic minority areas, including those people in Xinjiang. I talked to people in Xinjiang's government. They admit that the poverty in those minority groups are the root cause for those they call riots. And also discrimination against ethnic minorities when the Han people immigrate to the minority areas. Because those ethnic minority people, they don't speak good Han Chinese. They cannot find jobs. And also even the Chinese people talk to them, they thought those ethnic minority people are lazy people. They are incompetent people. Discrimination. All those kind of problems really made those ethnic minorities resentment against the Chinese government, against the Han people. Then finally, I want to say, after all the failures, what the Chinese government done? That's what we see in the last 10 years. They have changed their strategy in the last 10 years also. Three aspects I think are very important for the change. The first, there are a lot of scholarly research today in a debate in China about if they should abolish the autonomous region system. There are different views, socialist integration, and liberal arguments. Eventually, I think integration argument has prevailed now. You talk to a lot of Chinese scholars in China, they will tell you that clearly that why they have failed, because the autonomous region give too many preferential treatments to so-called ethnic minorities. Then they should treat Xinjiang, Tibet, in Mongolia, just like another province, not giving them those kind of treatments. Second is they have taken those kind of coercive policy. Basically, other people already mentioned that now they have taken the ethnic issues as a terrorist issue, counterinsurgency issue, and also talking about Tianfu Command. I read some legal actions. Now the local governments given a lot of authorities to use force to suppress what they call riots because they thought this national security and territorial integrity. And so coercive force has been used, including those kind of camps in Xinjiang. Third aspect is so-called surveillance state. Those kind of surveillance, there are so many good research about how they try to establish what they kind of 全覆盖无缝隙社会管理社会这个control kind of it's so well-established system to prevent so-called insurgencies, or what they called terrorist movement. So I will stop here. I have my also preparation what the future of China is like, but I think the time is up, so I will just stop here.
Thank you very much indeed. And there will indeed be opportunity to discuss the future outlook, as this will be one of the questions. Now, we're going to have an expert conversation here that we are moderating. Meanwhile, the audience is welcome to, if you have any questions for anybody here, please write them down on the cards provided, and we will have ushers come through and collect your questions. And there's no guarantee that it will be read, but we will try. Now, thank you all very much indeed for these very interesting presentations. And one of the things that I would like to first raise, I will give also the unusual opportunity to the panelists to ask questions of each other, if there's interest in that. But I would like to ask essentially all three of you. You can answer how you like, or which one you like. Firstly, we've heard it's an authoritarian strategy to create a continuous state of exception, a continuous state of emergency. Now, if we are reading the signs of what's going on in Xinjiang, but then also the leadership change, the region seems to be trying to actually go back on that, to go towards a state of normalization, if I have interpreted it correctly. How do you think that's going to work? How do you think that's going to pan out or not? That's my first question. How does the change from a state of exception to what might be looking to the normalization, so away from this high-intensity campaign style to sort of a more normal appearance? How's that going to pan out? And what risks or strategies do you foresee to happen? How are they going to do it? What do you foresee to be happening in Xinjiang? How do you foresee the state to be implementing policy in Xinjiang in the next couple of years? But then my follow-on question would also be to widen this and to ask, how do you see the future direction of ethnic policy in general in China, which is also the point that our colleague Sui Shengzhao got cut off on. How do you foresee the future of ethnic policy in light of everything we've been seeing here. And why don't we go in order, starting with James and then down?
Okay, so of course I brought up this question of state of exception, permanent emergency, and Adrian has rightly pointed out that the signaling about what's going on in Xinjiang recently has been downplaying the sense of emergency. Xi Jinping's recent visit, he didn't mention three evils, for example, in the speech that he gave. So that was a very that was a silence that spoke volumes, right? It was announcing they're at a new phase. The first party secretary is a man with a background in science, a background in running economy. So they're clearly trying to say that. I mean, I would say, sure. I don't want to make too much out of the idea, the metaphor of state of exception. But I think a lot of people have pointed out that the less obvious, the non-campaign style approaches to controlling people in Xinjiang. So not the grid policing, not checkpoints every 500 yards, and that kind of thing, but the digital controls are now so rolled out and so institutionalized. Likewise, the camps and the re-education program, is still there on demand, as Sean Roberts put it. Well, I'm sorry, I forget whose term that was. That was your term, Adrian, right? So, but they're still there, right? There may not be so many people in them, but those facilities are still there. Some of them are being used, in fact, to quarantine people who've tested positive for COVID. So, the system is still there. I think it's been institutionalized, and so that you don't need to be hair on fire, red alarm all the time about it, but the effects are still there. That would be my answer to that. And then you're asking where ethnic policy in general is going in China. Well, that's a very big question. I was interested in the idea of integration that Dr. Zhao brought in, and that's definitely part of the discourse about ethnicity. It has been really for 20 years or so in China, or mingling or fusion or various synonyms for that. I've always been struck by how much that mirrors the discourse about diversity in the United States in my lifetime, really, since the 60s. I see a few people in the room here who probably are old enough to remember when we were talking about integration. That was the goal, right? African Americans need to integrate with the rest. Martin Luther King talked about that. Malcolm X, notably, didn't like the idea of integration if it meant integration in second-class status. Right? If you could never be the boss, if you could only be shining the boss's shoes, he didn't want that kind of integration. And that's the sort of the debate about this. In any case, I think there is an often unnoticed influence of American diversity discourse in the sort of ethnic discussion among anthropologists and among some policy people in China, often misread. Right? The idea of the melting pot has been evoked, and exactly that same idea of a crucible that's going to melt everyone together, has been used specifically in regard to Uyghur people and the idea of producing a new homogeneous Zhonghua Chinese person, right? So, as I say, misreading and not realizing that the United States, who Chinese often see as very, very strong, missing the fact that we have largely abandoned that kind of talk and are now more, multiculturalism or, diversity is more the rhetoric. So I think they're going to continue along this line of trying to integrate through coercive measures. I don't think it will work. There's my prediction.
Thank you.
So, first on the normalization, one thing that struck me when I went back for this presentation and reread some of these leaked documents was the signaling in 2014 that party policy had suddenly switched from an agenda of development in the Uyghur region, which had been something that had a 20-year history, at least going back to the early 90s, and how suddenly there was a focus on security and stabilization. And in fact, that was one of the things that some of the speeches that Xi Jinping had made in 2014 when he was visiting the region, that people pointed out this kind of change. And so there does seem to be, a hope, I think, on the side of the Communist Party that they can return to developing this region. And another thing that comes up in these leaked documents a lot is discussion of the Belt and Road Initiative and the importance of this region to the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, I think China is kind of, it's reevaluating its approach to the Belt and Road Initiative too now, but still there's an understanding that economically this region is really important to China and its foreign trade. And so I think there is a real desire to normalize the situation. But it makes me also think of when this crisis first emerged. I think all of us were giving talks in a lot of different places, and people would constantly ask, well, what if they just let everyone out of these mass internment camps? Would things just blow over and everybody would go back to normal? And at that time, my feeling was, no, it would not. People would be very angry, and there would just be an increase of resistance. But, as we've seen this go on for 6 years, it's a big question about the will of the state to kind of control human agency, whether this severe repression and attempts to deter any kind of resistance will in fact be successful with those people who are left from the Uyghur people in Xinjiang. And that's another question we don't really know the answers to, is how many people are now living in the region in the Uyghur population. Adrian's done a lot of research on the attempts to deter births. There's also a lot of information out there and research by colleagues about coerced interethnic marriage. So it's a real question how much the state has been able to change the Uyghur people as they were 6 years ago. And I think that's something that we don't know the full answer to. Finally, on this question about ethnic policy, I'm not really an expert on ethnic policy in China, but I have noted over the years that, and this goes back to something that Professor Zhao mentioned, that the regions of Xinjiang, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia are kind of in a constant situation of exception. When I was in the Uyghur region, I remember in the 1990s getting stopped by the police, and I'd say, well, what did I do wrong? And they said, well, you are a special person in this situation, a state of exception. And I think that this will continue, particularly in these regions. If we look at the general ethnic policy, I don't see, we don't see the same kind of forced assimilation, I don't think, in Yunnan. At least I haven't read anything focused on that. But I think in these areas that the Chinese government sees as tentatively part of China, almost an awareness that they had been conquered in the past, these are areas where I think we're going to see this push for integration, melting pot assimilation.
China has tried both coercive and soft positions in other three Xinjiang public sectors from Chen Quanguo to Zhang Cunxian to Ma Xinrui. All the three leaders, they have tried a variety of things. as my colleagues talk about security priority versus economic development priority. Both ways they have tried, and neither of them have worked so far. And in fact, when we talk normalization, we are talking about also the two things. One is to restore economic development, in the meantime to tighten security. So that's the normalcy of what they are in mind. But these two very often are in conflict, development and the security. If you have, the Chinese always say, 一收就死，一收就死，一放就乱. Just like if you tighten up, everything dead, no development for security. When you open up for economic development, security will be threatened. So they are in a dilemma all the time. And at this moment, in fact, when Ma Xinrui was appointed as the Xinjiang Party Secretary, people found a lot of new changes, including, for example, for quite many years, those cadres in Xinjiang government, they were not given vacations. Even Saturday, Sunday, they were not allowed to go home because of constant alert. Now he let them to go home and try to normalize everything. That, for some people, was a new change. Maybe with Xinjiang eventually, including those camps, may be relaxed, let people to go home. The COVID changed everything. That's what we saw, this Muqi fire. In other places, you have also lockdowns, but not as much as in Xinjiang. Why? Because these kind of ethnic issues there. They are so afraid, so concerned. So this has exaggerated the threat in Xinjiang and also exaggerated responses from the government. So in that context, I don't know how much normalcy at this point they could produce in the next year also, although they might want to do it. Now, for me, security comes back to the top. In fact, that's what we read the 20th Party's Congress report from Xi Jinping. Security, security, security. How many times? More than economic development. When you talk about economic development, they talk comprehensive economic development. Some other use modified terms, meaning that it's not simply economic growth. So we see those contentions in China today. Then the question about the future of the ethnic policy. I don't see much change in China. In the mind of the Chinese leaders, as I said, they have tried both, coercive and what they call the affirmative action, give a preferential treatment to the ethnic groups. And so they will continue this two-pronged policy. And in their mind, if I read their mind correctly, they think they have been somehow successful in that direction. Because, for example, Xinjiang, the Uyghurs population is only a small percentage now. They are buried in other ethnic groups, such as Hui, Kazakhs, Tajiks, some other ethnic groups. They are different from Uyghurs. And more importantly, we see a huge number of Han immigrants to Xinjiang. So those Uyghurs are buried. The Chinese system is 大杂居,小聚居, big dispersion and small concentration. Those kind of policy, these policies start from Mao Zedong years. And from that perspective, they thought they continue those policies has been somehow successful. Domestically, internal diversity, everything makes the Uyghurs' cause difficult. Internationally, also China is rising, although last couple of years now China has a lot of problems. Maybe that could be a turning point. So at bottom line, if the Uyghurs' cause to get successful, we have to see the collapse of the Communist Party. That's the ultimate bottom line, which I don't see that yet. But what would lead the Communist Party collapse? The economy. Stupid, but economy. If the economy collapse, then we'll see that. I'm not seeing that yet.
Thank you, Professor Zhao. Very wise words, and I assume neither you nor I will be going back to China anytime soon.
I will not.
I would like to acknowledge one of the questions from the audience. Uyghurs were not actually a minority in their homeland before their population strategy. And therefore, by calling them an ethnic minority, we're sort of in danger of representing a CCP policy. And in my own writing recently, I've been trying to grapple with that by trying to call ethnic minorities ethnic groups. And so I just want to acknowledge that indeed is a linguistic sort of thing that we need to pay attention to. One further comment I would make is also in response to some of these very enlightening comments here. Isn't it almost that the CCP has developed a logic and approach that fits to other places? So look at Hong Kong. Look what the government has done in Hong Kong since then. It says the chaos in Hong Kong is from unemployment, just like alleging that the chaos in Xinjiang or Tibet is from unemployment or poverty. That requires a crackdown to eliminate the chaos, namely the protests, to create stability as then the foundation for economic development. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see sort of the same in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a state of exception with the national security law, with heavy-handed policing, with arrest of one opposition leader after the other. But then, again, sort of a normalization after that. That kind of stood out for me. And of course, Professor Zhao's point about the population strategy very much resonates. And of course, I've written a paper about optimizing the ethnic population in Xinjiang. And that ties, of course, very much into the pioneering work of Sean Roberts, also on framing the Uyghurs as a human threat. I know that we don't have a lot of time left, but I did promise that I would give the panelists an opportunity to ask each other a question or to raise a wider point. And whoever of you would like to take up that opportunity, please go ahead.
So I'll start. So I guess one wider point is simply to point out that Xinjiang and Tibet are colonies of the PRC. And I've started writing about this now, and we can talk about from the Qing dynasty in the 18th century, and I've done that too, but I think it's actually most useful now to really look from 1949, the annexation of both of those places through a mixture of force and diplomacy and kind of double dealing with the Soviet Union and so on. Kind of like I was saying about the state of exception before, when you just look at it, it's very, very obvious. Of course, it's a colonial situation, right? And we see repeated again and again all the kinds of very familiar activities, familiar rhetoric from European colonization and from the United States, so Europeans' expansion across through the West, displacement of indigenous peoples, the rhetoric of development and opening virgin lands and all of that kind of stuff is very, very, it's right there, in the Chinese sources, Kaifa, Xinjiang, right, all of that. It sounds like manifest destiny sort of stuff. So I think the problem which the CCP faces is one that it was very aware of in 1949. From the late 19th century and during the early Republic of China, it was clear, and Chinese political thinkers were talking about Xinjiang, Mongolia, and Tibet as colonies. Sun Yat-sen called them colonies. He wrote a book raising money from international investors to help us extract resources from our new colonies. Because everybody had colonies then, big empires have colonies, it wasn't a dirty word. So to the communists, and socialist internationalists, it was a dirty word by 1949, so they implemented this broad system of minority policies, which involved, so-called territorial, autonomous territories. It involved the cultural recognition of the different minority groups and so on. Xi Jinping is really, they didn't work perfectly, but there was economic development in some of these areas. And I would say, speaking entirely from the point of view of the Chinese Communist Party, that those policies were working. From the point of view of individual groups, maybe not so much, but certainly in the 80s, even in the 2010s, those policies were working from the point of view of the Communist Party in that they had caused the kind of economic development and the kind of more or less adoption of Chinese ways and language of middle classes that they were going for. A relatively small amount of, not a small amount of dissent, a small amount of violent dissent, though, caused, as Professor Zhao said, severe overreactions again and again and again, and as John Roberts has written, a cycle of response and repression, which in the general environment of global war and terror kind of environment, led to this extreme situation we have now. So the awareness of the colonial condition in these areas is something that whether recognized and whether they use this word or not, it's something that makes the Communist Party very nervous. I think it's the reason for this kind of discomfort among people generally, my liberal Chinese colleagues and friends in China, for their discomfort in talking about this too. Again, whether they use the word or not, they're recognizing that difference. And so the solution to that is a hard one. It's not necessarily creating new nation states, but it does involve autonomy, it does involve democracy. If the CCP doesn't allow for democracy or autonomy, then that will be difficult. That's why I think Professor Zhao mentions that, under the current CCP, this would be impossible. But that is the way out from this colonial situation. It begins by recognizing that that's what it is.
Thank you, and we're nearly out of time, so I can only give maximum 1 minute to the two of you.
Sorry for colonizing the last.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of building on that idea. One of the things that people have been asking me for the last 5 years is how this ends. And I've always said that, there would have to be sort of a recognition of that colonial nature of the occupation of this region. There would have to be a significant mea culpa to the Uyghur people for what had happened, and somebody would have to take responsibility, and that somebody would have to probably be Xi Jinping. So I don't know if the CCP itself has to be removed for an end to the misery of the Uyghur people, but certainly Xi Jinping, I think, needs to be.
Let me, James left, but I still want to pick up the colonial role. Talking about Xinjiang issue, all those ethnic minority group issues, we can talk about history, but I think more important to the current situation, I think it's what we should care more, their human rights, their well-being, and their political rights, everything. Because if we talk too much about history, it was a colony, that will fall into the trap of China too. But because when they call Taiwan is part of China, because historically it was part of China. West China Sea was part of China, historically part of China. So when we talk self-determination on those contexts, UN contexts, we talk of those kind of current colonial territories, not those territories with existing nation state. So we are talking about existing nation state. Xinjiang is part of that. So in that context, talk too much history. It's important, but not help that much. We should talk about the current situation. What's going on there? What we can do to improve that? As Professor Roberts talked about, since the Communist Party will not collapse very soon. In that context, what we should do? how we can help them. I think that are the more important points.
Thank you very much. And these contributions answered one of the audience questions, whether there's enough evidence implicating Xi Jinping himself in the Xinjiang atrocity. And I think the clear answer is yes. Is it enough to justify sanctions on him? Opinions on sanctions differ. In my personal opinion, we have certainly enough evidence to justify sanctions, and other academics might just have a different opinion on whether sanctions are an effective thing or not. With these words, I would very much like to, Professor James Millward had to leave to his class, and I would very much like to thank all the panelists for coming and for these really very enlightening presentations and discussion. Thank you so much.
We will now have a 20 to 25-minute public interview that Dr. Zenz will conduct of Tsai Xie, this former professor at the Central Party School in China. But as they are coming up on the stage, we are going to screen a 6-minute video where Dr. Zenz explains about the Xinjiang police files.
The Xinjiang police files is a set of thousands of files, documents, speeches, policy directives, spreadsheets, images, all kinds of files directly from police computers in 2 ethnic minority counties in Xinjiang. These files, because they're directly obtained from hacking into police computers and databases in Xinjiang, they for the first time give us a first-hand account of police operations inside re-education camps, of images taken during police drills, security drills in these camps, of speeches given by Chen Quanguo and other officials, where they just very directly talk about the attitudes and the threat that they see from the Uyghurs, and how Uyghurs need to be arrested, and how the camps need to be defended. The threat perception, the sort of paranoid threat perception comes out in these files, and the internal justification for why one has to move against an entire population, against so many people. It's very evident from the files, especially from a speech by the China's Minister of Public Security held in June of 2018, that Xi Jinping himself and the central government is watching it very closely, is very aware of the details of the mass internment and of the fact that the camps and the prisons are crowded. It says that. And that they need more money, they need more prisons, they need more staff, more detention centers. Beijing is going to give more money for the operating costs of the re-education camps. It says that in the document. And that shows how closely and intimately the central government has been involved in this atrocity from the beginning. So what we are seeing in the region is sort of Beijing's master plan to control, to break the back of entire ethnic groups by interning people, masses of people, key people, the old generation. We see how many elderly people are in the camps. We see that from the data. It shows like the taking out of a whole generation that's been transmitting cultural and spiritual knowledge, and of children being put into boarding schools. It's a whole program of assimilation, of assimilating an entire ethnic group. So the new evidence really shows that the re-education or the so-called vocational training in Xinjiang is nothing to do with poverty alleviation, nothing to do with helping people to get jobs. It's about brutal brainwashing. It's about putting them in prison camps guarded by heavily armed police. We have evidence, in the watchtowers that they use military-grade machine guns and sniper rifles in the watchtowers. And it's very clear that this is a campaign to break a people, to brainwash a people. Re-education, literally called 教育转化, transformation through education. So based on this new evidence, I think there are several important steps that policymakers really need to take now. Firstly, they need to really make a strong declaration of the direct involvement of Beijing, the central government, and Xi Jinping. How closely the central government has been controlling this and looking at this and has had intimate knowledge of it. And that really needs to be combined with sanctions against high central government officials in Beijing, not just the ones in Xinjiang. And this should also have further consequences for international relations, for the divestment economically from this region. Of course, the United States has already taken an important step. But we need to look also at European countries, the European Union, at other countries, at Muslim nations, countries that care about the human rights situation among the Uyghurs, among the Kazakhs, among these groups, that they really need to act against forced labor, that they need to sanction some of these Chinese officials and make clear that this cannot be business as usual anymore. It's, after all, most likely the largest incarceration of an ethno-religious minority since the Holocaust. So we can no longer say business as usual. And the new evidence really underlines the nature of this atrocity. Thank you. We're now proceeding with an interview with a very distinguished guest. We have been hearing about the role of Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping changing the direction of policy, doubling down on security after the 20th Party Congress, and of course having significant involvement and responsibility for the policies in Xinjiang and in other ethnic regions. I am now interviewing Cai Xia. Cai Xia is a Chinese dissident and scholar of political theory. She was a member of the People's Liberation Army from 1969 to 78, and a member of the Chinese Communist Party until 2020. And they don't like her in the Communist Party anymore, I understand. Additionally, she was a professor at the Central Party School of the CCP from 1998 to 2012, where she taught high-ranking members and officials of the CCP, including leading provincial and municipal administrators and cabinet-level ministers. This is really quite something, isn't it? During her time in academia, Cai Xia often appeared in the Chinese news media, state media. In the 2000s, she started becoming disillusioned with the CCP and began writing criticism of certain CCP actions. In 2020, her criticisms of the CCP and Xi Jinping led to her expulsion from the CCP. She's written for Radio Free Asia and Foreign Affairs. She's been interviewed by The Economist, CNN, and the New York Times. She's living in the United States since 2019. Same as myself. I've been living in the United States since 2019. So we're both immigrants, right? There we go. Although I can go back to Germany if I want to, thankfully. Thank you so much, Mrs. Tsai, for making the time, for sharing your insight and your distinguished knowledge with us. And I would like to ask a couple of questions. And we have competent translation of these questions. So feel free to answer at length and to give us your insight on these questions. I have prepared about 3 to 4 questions, and we have about 20 minutes. My first question is, in your opinion, how is Xi Jinping different from previous Chinese leaders? What drives him? What makes him tick?
首先让我借这个机会啊，向共产主义受难者基金会大会主办的和各个方面的表示一个感谢。给我这么一个机会，能够跟大家一起见面，跟大家一起来讨论中国问题。
First, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Foundation for Victims of Communism and thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak with everyone and to participate in this exchange.
谈到习近平的个人风格，我的感觉是这样的，就是他显然是一位强硬派的领导人，他的领导风格是比较强硬的。那么我们都知道，最近中国国内的所谓的第三代领导核心江泽民去世，江泽民后面的胡锦涛，他们两个是在习近平前面的这个前任。那么我们可以看到，胡锦涛、江泽民和习近平的风格截然不同。胡锦涛和江泽民，他们是有现代文明意识的， 他们是希望中国面向世界、面向未来的，但是如何把中国往前推进？中国的问题很复杂，党内的阻力也很大，所以呢，他们在做这些就是中国深化改革的问题时候，他们是瞻前顾后，就是非常犹豫的往前走。所以我们看到呢，它是相对是一种温和的，对各方面的问题处理比较温和。而到习近平这一块呢
You interrupt her when you need to translate, right?
She can stop whenever she.
Okay, good. All right.
So as for Xi Jinping's personal style, I'll share some of my thoughts with you. He certainly can be described as a hardliner. That would be the first adjective I would use to describe him. And as we all know, lately the so-called third generation of Chinese leaders, Representative Jiang Zemin, passed away. And so Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao were the two leaders who preceded Xi Jinping. And we can see that in terms of their personal style and approach, Hu Jintao, Jiang Zemin, and Xi Jinping were all extremely different from each other. Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin, I think, can be categorized in one group, and they had a sort of awareness of modern civilization. They wanted to move forward. They wanted to turn China towards the future, towards the world, and they considered the question of how we can help China move forward. And of course, there was inertia and resistance within the party, so when they were conducting their deep reforms, they were moving forward very slowly, and I think that they can overall be described as moderates.
那么，习近平的个人风格是比较强硬的。他这个强硬呢，基于几个点。第一点就是说，中国经过30年的改革开放，它本身积累的经济社会矛盾背后的深层次的中国政治改革问题没有解决，所以呢，到了习近平掌握国家权力的时候，党内的腐败。党和中国民众之间的矛盾、民族地区之间的矛盾就显得非常的尖锐。那么这就有一个怎么解决这个问题的思路。这是一点，我讲它的强硬是因为客观上讲，经济和社会发展很快，带来的各种矛盾一任一任的推下来，没有能够解决，到他这儿就变成了一堆非常复杂而又非常尖锐的一些问题摆在他面前。
So as I said, Xi Jinping is certainly a hardliner. And one of the reasons is that over the course of the 30 years of the reform and opening up policy, there have been a series of economic and social problems that have accumulated and that have not been addressed at the political level. So when Xi Jinping consolidated power, China was still facing numerous issues, including corruption and relations between different ethnic groups, and the situation was very complicated. So how can this be addressed? Objectively, Xi Jinping inherited a very complicated situation because the economy and society had developed very quickly, but the problems that were accumulating were just being pushed back and postponed. And essentially, they piled up into this complex knot of issues that he was facing.
那么，习近平呢，他的第二点，我说他是强硬风格，就是强硬派风格，前任是温和。为什么？是因为解决这些个经济社会的复杂矛盾，它有2种不同的思路。这个就是在胡锦涛和江泽民面前，他们是有现代文明的意识的，而习近平不存在现代文明的这种视野，他对现代政治、现代经济社会的发展，在相当程度上是陌生的，因此。他的主要思路是什么呢？加强统治，巩固权力。因此，他的解决问题的方式，第一位是放在巩固权力、巩固统治。他的知识资源和思想资源是有限的，所以他在加强权力、巩固统治的时候，不自觉的是倒回去走。而如果说放在胡锦涛和江泽民这一类的温和的领导人面前，他有可能仍然是摇摆，就是逐步的改革，而不是单一的强化控制、强化镇压。
So I said Xi Jinping is a hardliner, and he was preceded by moderate leaders. Now, I told you about the accumulating social and economic tensions, and there are two approaches to addressing these. Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin, they took a more moderate approach, and they understood the values of modern civilization. And this cannot be said for Xi Jinping. He has a completely different approach to the political, social, economic environment, and his approach is essentially only founded on being a strong man, on consolidating power, and grasping as much power as possible. So that is the crux of his approach. And I think that intellectually and in terms of his knowledge that he has accumulated, his resources are much more limited. And so that is why he is taking China backwards. When Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin were conducting reforms and conducting policy, they were also kind of swaying from side to side. They were moving ahead slowly, but they were certainly not only focused on control and oppression.
所以他的这个强硬的做法，就是我们明显的看到，就是意识形态的倒退、政治上的倒退和社会管理的这种控制加强了。那么还有一些就是强硬的镇压，所以我讲它是强硬风格，而不是一个温和风格。
And the reason I say Xi Jinping is a hardliner and not a moderate is because we're obviously moving backwards in terms of ideology, we're moving backwards in terms of politics, and he's exerting greater and greater social control. So he is really focused on oppression and is not a moderate.
And my question would be very briefly, as a brief follow-on question. Why do you think Xi Jinping is that way? Why is that his approach?
为什么这么强硬？为什么这是他的方法？
这个习近平为什么会这么强硬？我的感觉是这样的：首先就是共产党他所有的在中国国内所做的一切经济和社会发展的努力，它的根本目的是为了加强共产党在中国国内的这种领导权，就是控制权和统治地位。 因为社会主义这4个字，对于中国共产党来讲，它有2个最根本的东西是不能扔掉的。第一就是共产党必须控制一切，它必须是一个一直是掌握政权的这个政党。那么，所以呢，习近平的所有的一些个做法，他都是要考虑怎么去加强这个共产党的权力，而共产党的权力呢，往往 就是在他的眼里看呢，首先是巩固他个人的权利和地位，所以这个是一个方面非常重要的一点，就是为了巩固个人的权利和巩固共产党的权利，他必须要强硬。
Well, why is he this way? Well, first of all, the first point I would like to make is that all of the economic and social development programs initiated by the Chinese Communist Party in China were done with one goal, which is to build a stronger CCP, to increase its governing power, and to consolidate power, because the word socialism, as far as the Chinese Communist Party is concerned, essentially means that the Communist Party must be in control of all aspects of political life, must consolidate all political power. And so the reason that Xi Jinping is so focused on strengthening the Communist Party is because he thinks that the Communist Party is stronger if he is stronger personally, if he personally controls more power. So I think he is trying to consolidate individual and Communist Party power in order to achieve these goals.
中国共产党的每一代领导人，他上来当党的和党和国家的就是最高领导人，他都要有一个权威。 那么邓小平的权威是源于他最早就是跟毛泽东那一代的人一起，就是有他的政治资历。然后到了那个江泽民呢，江泽民他有他在那个40年代末时参加中国共产党的那些资历，包括他的这种50年代留苏和他的这个文化教育、他的工作经历的这些资历，这是他的一个权威。而胡锦涛呢，我们就可以看到。 这个领导人的权威是越来越弱，所以我们讲胡锦涛是个弱主。那么到了习近平这儿呢，他就更没有那样的个人资历或者讲个人的出色的政绩，使他走到了这个领导人的位置上。 它只是因为是一个中国共产党内部确定的我们的孩子，就是他的父亲是开国的，就是我们讲的老的领导人的孩子。那么当初邓小平和陈云是在这个范围内寻找就是未来国家党和国家领导人，他唯一的他就能够沾的就是这个是他的资历，而他的个人政绩并没有那么多，所以他上来的时候他是比较弱的，他也没有他的班底，没有他的团队，所以他要抓住反腐败，来以反腐败的这个名义来安插他自己的人，形成他的团队，掌握各种权力。而中国共产党在改革开放以后的几十年当中，市场经济放开了，政治权力没有控制，党内的腐败是普遍的。所以抓哪一个人，就是在党内抓反腐败，人人都害怕。所以这样呢，习近平的强硬做法，他就能使他在整个这个共产党内把他的权威立起来，同时他对整个社会的反对派的力量和公民社会是全部打压下去，这样他就能够把社会控制起来。那么我们讲民族地区同样也是实行这样的强硬政策。他看到的就是，如不强硬，也许就是不能控制局面，只有强硬才能控制。所以我们讲，他是这样的一个思路。
And every leader of the CCP is both a leader of the party and of the country. So in order to govern such a massive structure, they need to have the necessary legitimacy. And Deng Xiaoping, he had a kind of political acumen. And then after him, Jiang Zemin, he had legitimacy because he was involved in the Chinese Communist Party in the 1940s. And in the 1950s, because of what he was doing, because of his culture, his general culture, and his education, he had legitimacy. And then Hu Jintao actually had less legitimacy than the leaders who came before him, which is one of the reasons he was known as a relatively weak leader. And Xi Jinping really didn't have very many personal achievements to bolster his legitimacy as China's leader. And it is only because of his connection to his father, because of his political connection, that he was able to assume this role. And in this environment, he really didn't have very many personal achievements. And so when he became president, he was a relatively weak leader. He didn't have his own team of people helping him. And this is when he launched the anti-corruption campaign. This allowed him to establish a team. It allowed him to consolidate power. And while China was conducting its reforms and opening up policy, the political realm was not reformed. So corruption was rampant in the party. And whenever you mention anti-corruption campaigns to people in China, they are terrified because this is something that was used by Xi Jinping to bolster his own legitimacy and also to oppress civil society. This also relates to his approach to these areas with ethnic minorities, because he has also used a very hardline approach. And his idea is that if you don't use a hardline approach, you will lose control over these areas.
Is there one particular document or piece of writing that you would recommend that we read to understand Xi Jinping better?
来了解一下习近平。
这个现在是这样的，就是中文世界啊，关于对习近平的评价，它是有很多文章，但是由于中国不是一个正常的言论环境，所以有些对习近平的评价的文章，它是以匿名方式来写的。那么因此匿名方式写呢，它既有事实又有自己的判断，但是有些东西是你没有办法去查证它的正伪的。所以在这个中文世界有流传，但是在英文世界，我自己的英文不是很好的，所以我不太了解英文世界能够看哪些书。中文世界呢，今年的上半年啊，有几篇在那个中文的世界里边的，比方客观评价习近平，还有习近平与乌克兰吧，好像是那个，就是讲习近平和普京的那个。这个两篇实际上从他的背景，他的这个上来就是工作10年当中的一些个情况，是有一些个东西的，但是我不知道能不能翻成英文。
In Chinese, there are many articles and materials that are available, but because China doesn't have an environment that is conducive to freedom of speech, they are all written anonymously. So as a result, they contain facts, they contain some analysis. It's hard to fact check what's in them. And because my English isn't very good, I don't really know what's available in English. But in the first 6 months of this year, there were 2 articles that were published that I would recommend in Chinese. The first one is called An Objective Assessment of Xi Jinping. And the second one is called something like Xi Jinping in Ukraine. And these both are quite good. They look at Xi Jinping's activities over the past 10 years. And I don't know if they can be translated into English, but they're available in Chinese.
因为这个中文的，就是在大陆中国官方的写习近平的，是有很多书籍，但是那些呢，明显是带着一个个人的那种怎么讲呢，就是比较夸张吧，或者讲个人崇拜的这个色彩写的习近平的这些东西，所以我觉得那个好像没有太大的帮助。但是你要了解某些个他过去的情况，或许大陆官方的书你可以看，但是要有一个判断力。
In mainland China, of course, there are many works written about Xi Jinping, but they focus more on the personality cult, and a lot of the information is highly exaggerated, so I don't know if I would recommend it. But if you want to learn about his past experience, you could look at some of the official writings, just maintain a critical spirit while you do so.
We have about 3 minutes left, and so there's a final question, maybe a slightly shorter response. Were you surprised by the recent mass protests against Beijing's COVID measures that were sparked by the fire in Urumqi? And what does it mean for the government and for Xi Jinping?
对于政府来说，意味着什么？
乌鲁木齐这个火灾啊，其实在全国是引起了震动的。这也是包括我在内的海外的华人都是很震动的。因为那个火灾的那个惨剧，我们在视频上是看到的，所以它很快就引起乌鲁木齐的市民站出来反抗，要求解封，否则的话，这个人命关天啊，像这样的人道劫难，在中国已经不是乌鲁木齐一起，而是有至少是从去年年底到现在开始吧，这种清零的严格的风控，造成了中国国内的大量的这种人道灾难的这种惨剧。那么乌鲁木齐这一起呢是非常重大的一次这个事故，或者讲是一次灾难。所以乌鲁木齐的社区居民站起来反抗和要求解封、要求自由，在这一点上来讲，对我来讲是不出意外，就是。但是呢，同时也是非常敬佩乌鲁木齐的市民们，因为大家知道，在中国的新疆，中国共产党他对于新疆的控制和这种镇压是非常严厉的。那么在这么严厉的地区能够站起来反抗，这样的要冒着很大的风险和很大的生命危险的，所以我们讲说新疆人民这次给我们大家的震动是很大，因此它就引起全国的各方面的那个支援。所以我们看到这次是在2天之内，全国有10多个城市蔓延到10多个省，在举行各种各样的抗议。
The fire in Urumqi sparked a protest movement across China, and I saw that my Chinese friends living abroad were also following this very closely because we all saw the videos of the fire in Urumqi and of what happened. And we saw the people of Urumqi protesting against the lockdown, demanding that the lockdown be lifted. And this kind of humanitarian disaster, I must say, is not confined to just Urumqi. We have seen humanitarian disasters unfold all across China, starting with the zero COVID policy, starting last year with the amount of control that the government has exerted and the lockdowns across China. So I think Urumqi is an extremely important event. This is an important tragedy. And we saw the locals demanding freedom, which I think is extremely admirable that the people of Urumqi are willing to rise up and protest, because we know how much control the CCP exerts in Xinjiang and how it oppresses the people of Xinjiang. So even in the fact that in this kind of tightly controlled area, people can protest, they're willing to protest, to risk their lives, is really a source of inspiration. So I would say I'm not surprised by the protest movement that this sparked. And then, of course, it turned into a more of a national trend, and over the course of 2 days, there were protests in over 10 cities and over 10 provinces in China.
好，请允许我再讲几句啊。当这个事情发生以后，大家可以看到，这意味着中国民众他的忍耐已经到了极限，因为很多人已经到了一个无法生存的地步了。这是因为生存危机逼得人们起来反抗的，这是第一。 第二呢，我们可以看到习近平很罕见的做了让步，他现在就是整个中国的这个清零啊，他在开始结束了，就清零政策结束，他逐渐的解封了。那么这里边呢有几个，一个就是说，事实上这个1-2年的核酸检测和清零政策，它使整个社会经济停摆，就是瘫痪了，而这个地方财政因为核酸检测和这些，它花费了大量的财政，而地方财政现在没有一个省里的财政是有盈余的，它全部都亏空。地方的市县一级大概90%以上的县已经无法运转自己的财政了，它不得不停止这种就是清零，它停止解封，这是因为财政危机被逼出来的。第二个方面呢，他并不希望在他20大以后很快的就引起社会矛盾，政府和社会的这种矛盾的尖锐和紧张，因为后面到2023年的3月份，他还有一个关要过，就是国家主席他能不能连任。现在把矛盾搞激化了，对他后面连任国家主席其实是没有利的，所以我个人觉得这是他罕见的做了让步。这是第二点，我再说一点啊。第三点是，因为他罕见的做了让步，因为现在的这种状况是中国的民众看到了习近平的权威不是不可以去冲击他、动摇他的。那么就是说，当人民不惧怕的时候，统治者的那种统治的权威基础就开始崩塌。那么这就会极大的鼓舞以后的民众起来进行反抗，这是一个方面。那么第二个方面呢，也因为是这样，我们就可以看到未来中国社会的政局，它会处在一个不知道什么时候又出现什么样的风险的这个过程当中。而这个3-4个月，在中国政府、中国党来讲，它是一个权力的完全不对称期间，就中央常委他没有真正的能够进入政府部门工作，政府现在的总理和副总理全部都不是中央常委。那么这样的话呢，就是说，党和政。这个就是政府和政党的这2个系统，它是完全不匹配，就是不对称的，这就导致它的反应会出现各种各样的紊乱。那么因此我们可以观察，在今后的3-4个月当中，中国还可能会出现一系列的紊乱的现象。所以我们讲未来的政局是比较难判断的，但是不是说习近平肯定就下去，或者说就是共产党肯定就会那个下台，我个人不这么认为。但他要经过一个非常动荡的这么一个时期，而经济和社会的危机会加深，而不是马上得到缓解。抱歉。
So I just wanted to add a few comments. The first thing is that after these recent events, we can see that the people of China have really lost their patience with the government's policy, and people are basically unable to continue their livelihoods in this crisis. And it is this crisis that served as a catalyst for them to rise up and protest. The second point I wanted to make is that we can see that Xi Jinping actually made concessions. This is something that is very rare for him. We can see that the zero COVID policy and the lockdowns in China are slowly being lifted. And now there are fewer PCR tests being required, and all of these PCR tests and zero COVID policies have completely paralyzed the economy up till now. And this has had a really negative impact on the finances of the local governments. There are almost no provinces with a budget surplus. They're all in the red right now. And over 90% of the counties in China are not in a sustainable financial situation. So one of the reasons that this policy is being changed is because of finance. And additionally, I think Xi Jinping doesn't really want to have too many tensions after the 20th Party Congress, because there's another stage that he needs to move through in March of 2023. That is when it will be decided whether he can continue to serve as party secretary, and he doesn't want to have too much tension leading up to this. And third, because he made concessions and he made compromises, the people of China have seen that his legitimacy can be questioned, it can be challenged, and if people are not afraid, they can actually start to shake the foundations of his legitimacy. So I think that this will serve as an inspiration for people in the future and as a signal that they can protest and demand concessions. And then finally, I think that looking to the future, this kind of situation can rise up again in China without warning. We don't really know when it might happen again. Right now, for the past 3 or 4 months, there has been a kind of disconnect between the premier, the vice premier, and the Politburo Standing Committee. And this has led to some confusion in the response. So I think that we might see more turbulence in the 3 or 4 months to come. The future is very hard to predict. I don't think that Xi Jinping will step down or that the Chinese Communist Party will collapse, but I think that it will experience a turbulent period with more and more economic and social crises that will not be resolved.
Well, thank you very much indeed for this very enlightening commentary. 谢谢你。
谢谢大家。
As everyone takes their seats, I'll go ahead and introduce this final panel discussion. The panel on China's global ambitions, Beijing's foreign policy and power projection. I'm excited about this topic and the panelists we have to discuss this afternoon. Of course, under Xi Jinping, we've seen China's foreign policy take a coercive turn, and its attempts to influence global norms and institutions in line with its global ambitions have become much more overt. I personally saw this when I represented the U.S. at the UN in Geneva, and I look forward to discussing the multilateral aspect, China's current economic coercion, its military presence, and all of these things with our panelists as we begin. So let me do our brief introductions. Our panelists this afternoon, we have Michael Auslin. Michael is the Payson J. Treat Distinguished Research Fellow in Contemporary Asia at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. A historian by training, he specializes in U.S. policy in Asia and geopolitical issues in the Indo-Pacific region. We're also joined by Emily de la Bruyere. She is the co-founder of Horizon Advisory, a geopolitical consultancy, and a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Her work focuses on China's digital ambitions, industrial policy, and platform geopolitics, as well as their implications for global security and the economic order. Next, we will hear from Russell Xiao, who's the executive director of Global Taiwan Institute, senior fellow at the Jamestown Foundation, and adjunct fellow at Pacific Forum. He is a former Penn Kemble Fellow at the National Endowment for Democracy and visiting scholar at the University of Tokyo's Institute for Advanced Studies on Asia. And lastly, we'll hear from Craig Singleton, who is a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, where he analyzes great power competition with China. He previously spent more than a decade serving in a series of sensitive national security roles within the U.S. government, where he was primarily focused on East Asia. So with that as our brief introduction, I'd like to turn over to Michael for his thoughts and comments.
Well, Andrew, thank you very much, and thank you to the Foundation, not simply for inviting me, but for holding the forum, which is, I think, just a critical venue for talking about these issues. You've heard some incredibly interesting and knowledgeable panels today, and except for this part of the panel, the rest of this panel is as knowledgeable. So I think maybe what I can do is give a little bit of a historical perspective that may help us understand the implications of what China is doing in the international system and to the international system, and maybe bring some clarity as to what the responses should be. And then at the end, maybe just try to slaughter a few sacred cows that we have here in Washington. I think that, maybe not for this audience, we're all here for a reason because we probably share a similar mindset. But I think it's important to recognize that the historical record of U.S. China relations is just starting to be written in many ways. And there is a struggle over that historical record. That's not just an academic
exercise because it immediately and directly influences policy, right? Your interpretation of what the US was doing, what China was doing, gives indications as to what policy should be. So it is a political exercise as much as it is an historical and intellectual exercise. I think it's becoming clearer now after 50 years, especially we can talk about whether it was a mistake to engage with China or not, but I think it's becoming clearer to try to be a little bit more specific and granular in understanding the strategies that both China and the United States pursued. And just for a minute or two, I'd like to lay those out, at least as I see them. I think the strategy that the United States ultimately pursued was not a simplistic one of engagement with China, but particularly post-1992. It was a presumption that the world system had reached a point of political equilibrium with the end of the Cold War. Sometimes we called this the Washington Consensus. Sometimes we called this the end of history and the triumph of liberal international capitalism. But in any case, we thought that the struggles over definitions of political regimes, successful political regimes, the way that the world was to be run, in essence, had concluded with the fall of the Soviet Union. We then thought that the best way to ensure that this system would continue was not simply building on the structure of international institutions that we had developed post-1945, but most importantly, was to bring China, the crown jewel of that post-Cold War world, into that Washington Consensus. And we convinced ourselves that the path of engagement from 1972 or 1979 onward had been leading inexorably to bringing China into that responsible stakeholder position, whether it was into the UN or into the World Trade Organization, or because we created a strategic and economic dialogue, a G2, or the like. So we were playing a political equilibrium game with, quite frankly, ourselves as the unipolar, benign hegemon. And this is something that we saw playing out in Europe in the 19th century post-Napoleonic Wars, although there you had two benign hegemons. You had the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Russia. But we basically took the same template. Conversely, China adopted a classical balance of power strategy. Now, we usually think of balance of power as saying, well, that creates what I was just talking about, an equilibrium. But it really doesn't. Classically, what a balance of power system is a system of unending struggle, competition, and warfare. That's what Europe went through in the 17th and 18th centuries until 1815 and Waterloo. China adopted largely this system of continually balancing against the United States, chipping away at United States influence, at United States power, using the benefits of the system in order to strengthen itself, certainly with reform and opening up with Deng Xiaoping, but never, of course, moving towards the type of political alignment with that liberal international system that we thought of. China never saw the system as legitimate, and this has the implications to what we're trying to talk about in this panel, which is explicitly asked, what are implications for the international system? The rhetoric that is used currently today, for example, by Xi Jinping, is dual-sided or dual-faced, right? On the one hand, there is the much more open and honest argument against this current system, talking about creating a more just international system, a more balanced or more inclusive international system, the type of rhetoric that you saw Moscow and Beijing release right before the invasion of Ukraine. But at the same time, there is also the rhetoric of course, cooperation. Of cooperation and advancement for all peoples and equaling the voice of all peoples around the world. And yet the end goal, of course, is the same. It is to rally, though that has become increasingly difficult for China, to rally what we might call allies around that around that vision, right, of undermining the benign hegemony of the United States and its partners, and at the same time, to cast the United States and its partners as the threats to world peace, right? So that this goes to subordination of international institutions, be it the World Health Organization or the International Civil Aviation Organization or other UN mandated and non-UN mandated organizations that try to structure international relations as we've practiced it since 1945. The fundamental problem that we face, of course, is that China and the United States have incompatible security drives. There cannot be a true equilibrium globally when the two most powerful nations in the world, in this case, I think, fair to say the two hegemons, have incompatible security interests. And I mean, obviously speaking as an American, on the role of one of them, we see it as an increasingly predatory hegemonic role, both regionally and globally. And so it seems that we have rather unpalatable choices. Either a balance of power, which requires constant competition, or an equilibrium, which we think, which is undermined by constant Chinese advances. So let me finish up in the last few minutes I have to keep us on time with one suggestion for the strategy that we should be pursuing, and then I really just do want to mention a few of these sacred cows. So very briefly, and I'm happy to come back to this in questions, the strategy that I think we should be pursuing is a strategy that was initially adopted by the Trump administration and has been followed to some degree, largely though not exclusively, by the Biden administration, although neither explicitly articulated it, and that is a strategy of reciprocity. I think what the strategy of reciprocity does is it allows us, at least in the short run, to step back from the moral undergirding of either side of the debate that we've traditionally had. Those two sides being, one, we must engage with China, and engagement is a good, and we'll bring it into norming with the system that we have, or that we must completely oppose, completely decouple, find ourselves in an open and irrevocable competition with China. Now, I think that Beijing has largely chosen that latter position. But I think better for our interests is to adopt a policy of reciprocity, both structural and issue-oriented. Structural on issues like trade. So you saw the Trump administration levy tariffs in an attempt to bring about a more equitable trade situation. On questions such as access for United States researchers, for American students and the like in China, but also on specific issues, issues such as direct espionage, attempts to steal intellectual property, the ban on American flights into China after COVID, things like that. Reciprocity allows us to determine the level of our response to China, but in a way gives China the ability to determine the dynamic of the relationship, meaning if it acts in cooperative measures, then they will be received with cooperative measures. Let me just finish up, as I mentioned, by trying to slaughter a few of the sacred cows. I think it is important to recognize that we are, the struggle over China policy is not over. I do not think we have fully turned a corner towards recognizing the rivalry or more benignly the competition that we are in, that there is a strong presumption still towards engagement, unrestricted engagement, coexistence with China, and that often, I believe, feeds into Beijing's ability to set the narrative. I think there is another sacred cow that has gained resonance in recent months, maybe the past couple years, and that is our problem with China comes down to two words: Xi Jinping. And that if Xi Jinping goes away, then we can get back to business as usual. Things will go back to a more balanced approach with China. We know how to handle these guys. We know how to handle the party. We've been doing it for 40 years. It's just Xi Jinping is the one who's caused the problem. And I think that is a mistaken assessment of the situation. And then finally, the notion that Xi Jinping is indeed the new great helmsman, that he is infallible. After Mao died, the party had struggled with figuring out how do they assess his legacy, and they came up with the 70-30 formula, right? 70% correct, 30% incorrect. I think the same thing will ultimately have to be done with Xi Jinping, and that his errors have created a more adverse environment for both the party and for China than is generally recognized. Internally, and Professor Tsai just talked about this, the turn against the government, against the party because of zero COVID and because of the lockdowns, but long-term ongoing frustration with the lack of economic reform and the slowdown on the macroeconomic side. But more pertinently, perhaps for our interests and purposes, is that Xi has, in some sense, activated global antibodies against China, so that there are more negative impressions of China, more negative sense of what China is doing abroad, a host of tensions with allies of the United States, with partners of the United States, and with countries, quite frankly, that China had hoped to sway over to its side. And this is the weak link, I think, in China's attempt to become a global dominant power that we should be focusing on to precisely take advantage of those fears, those concerns, and try to craft a more cohesive international community that responds to the challenge of this balance of power strategy that China has pursued. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Particularly your last point. I think the wolf warrior diplomacy has not had the desired impacts, and I keep saying, if you want to know what they're doing, just listen. They will tell you. And the more we pay attention to what they're actually saying, the better off we are. So excellent point. Emily.
Thank you. And I want to reiterate the thanks to you for having us, also for everyone who's still here in this room after a full day of programming. Also, thank you for that framing, because with the historical context, I think I have free rein to be ahistorical, which is the mode that I prefer. And I want to focus on the present because that avoids history, and in particular on how China projects power in the present and how China leverages economic and industrial positioning and tools to do so, because that approach to power projection and really to coercion is non-traditional and should force a rethinking from the US, but also global perspective of what the competitive balance is, and also how we are going to address it, how to compete with China, where there are weaknesses, where there are strengths, and what they mean for the global system. China pursues at the national level a strategy of military-civil fusion. It is exactly what it sounds like. It entails the fusion of military and civilian tools, actors, and positioning for the sake of an integrated national ambition. Military-civil fusion, when it is assessed or explored in the US context, tends to be looked at in terms of the potential that commercial positioning or tools might become useful for traditionally military objectives. For example, the idea that a dual-use relevant technology might be obtained by a Chinese company and then converted into military equipment, or the idea that a port investment originally intended or framed as a commercial one might become home to a military base. All of those are absolutely valid, essential parts of military-civil fusion, and among the measures that China pursues to project power internationally. But there's another element of China's military-civil fusion strategy that's less obvious, I think less frequently discussed, and perhaps even more critical. And that's the idea of using civilian and commercial positioning for coercive ends, not in a traditionally military or security way. How does this manifest? Yeah. Endless examples. I think it's useful to start with supply chains as one of them. China for decades has worked actively to secure positions of dominance for itself in international supply chains. by identifying what are critical sectors, identifying where there is opportunity to dominate nodes within them, and then supporting its companies, in many cases with stolen technology, but not always, to underprice and outcompete international players. And then to become the dominant player in the international value chain. This gives China leverage over countries, over companies, and therefore over the international system. And that leverage can be used to coerce. And Beijing has shown its willingness to do this. Beijing has, for example, in the context of a territorial dispute with Japan, cut off exports of rare earths in order to force Tokyo's hand. China also uses its supply chain dominance vis-a-vis companies to not only encourage or coerce them to act in China's interests, but also to coerce them to put pressure on their host governments to act in China's interests. And the entire thing stays within the framework of commercial positioning, commercial tools, but still deploys this really astonishing leverage over the global system, and not in a way that there's really a direct answer to, because the only way to avoid this is to fight against dependence on China in international supply chains, which means rethinking all free market assumptions about value chains, about globalization, about what economic strength or weaknesses are. Another example of China's power projection through economic and industrial means, or just economic warfare, is the use of commercial infrastructure to project power, again, not just by converting to military uses, but, for example, by to control resources. The tangible, very easy example of this is when China builds out commercial infrastructures in countries with significant resource benefits, like in African countries that have significant critical mineral reserves. And China builds out really integrated value chains or networks of infrastructure so that it ends up controlling the production, the distribution, and ultimately the shipment and consumption of the critical minerals in those countries. This, again, gives tremendous leverage. It gives leverage not only in those countries, but also internationally. And it does so far more effectively and efficiently than, say, deploying troops to this end. Less obvious, less tangible example is China deploying information and communications infrastructure to control information as a resource, whether that's telecoms or IT platforms, in order to gather valuable information from the global environment. And also, and this leads to point number 3 of China's industrial and economic warfare, in order to shape how that information is disseminated. Beijing has also, in its competitive framing, recognized the immense value that comes from shaping information for everything from economic to political to social competition and power. And civilian and commercial platforms are the prime way to do this, or a prime way to do this. TikTok is the hot button, readily available, and I think particularly useful case for showcasing this, although it's worth stressing that it is only one, and maybe too obvious of one. But TikTok as a platform risks granting China, or Chinese companies, and therefore China, access to incredibly valuable information on how people operate, on preferences, on the human, but also allows China to shape a narrative, whether that's by disseminating propaganda or potentially disseminating socially damaging information that can undermine the social processes of competitor nations. TikTok can also do maybe less obviously malign, or dissemination of information on platforms like TikTok can also serve less obviously malign ends, like informing people's economic preferences, advertising a Chinese player for consumption as opposed to an international competitor, and therefore furthering China's economic agenda. And the final example is China leveraging, and this goes back to the supply chain point, but is broader, but China leveraging economic integration and reliance on its market for political influence. And at the risk of speaking in an area where I'm not an expert and the person to my left is, Taiwan is an incredibly useful case here. Taiwan's market and the leaders in Taiwan's market depend on China. And they depend on China for production, as well as for other forms of economic integration. And that risks granting China coercive leverage over the island, well short of engaging in military interaction. Which again transforms the competitive balance in a way that's much less obvious than where there are missiles deployed or what the possibility of an amphibious invasion is. Which leads to what all of this means. That was a lot of different examples. What they amount to is China wages economic warfare. And the implications of that are that we should, when we assess China's strengths, the weaknesses of the international system and the competitive balance more broadly, be looking well beyond traditional forms of competition and conflict and into ones that have in many cases been seen as, if not areas of cooperation necessarily, but areas that are outside of nation state competition. And this change should inform how we as the US, but also as the international system, go about playing offense and defense, how we go about competing more broadly. For example, what security cooperation should look like among the US and its allies and partners. With Taiwan, are there means that the US can use to help Taiwan diversify its economy away from reliance on China, beyond simply providing Taiwan with military equipment that might help in the case of a military attack? With NATO allies, can there be investment in international infrastructure that creates resilience to China's efforts to project power through commercial positioning, and that goes beyond cooperation in much more conventional military domains? But also, for the US, looking more internally, our framing for national security should include supply chain weaknesses even outside of the traditional defense industrial base. And our framing for playing offense, for actively competing against China, should include areas where our conventional strengths allow us to, in a reciprocal fashion, impose costs on Beijing in exchange for its efforts to impose costs on us. Whether that's by working to limit China's access to advanced technologies that its industrial strategy rests on acquiring, or that's by revoking trade privileges granted to China by the US and the international system, and that China manipulates for its own coercive ends. And I'll call it there.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Now I'd like to go to Russell.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bremberg, and to the Victims of Communism Foundation for the invitation to be here and for hosting this event, and for allowing me to be here on this panel with such an excellent group of experts in your own right in terms of the issues that you're covering. I think you got already an excellent foundation on the historical and theoretical underpinning of China's growing power, as well as a technical analysis in the means by which it is utilizing its power to control and shape and influence the international system. And I think my role here will be primarily more to focus narrowly on Taiwan as a case example, but not necessarily here to make the case why it's so vitally important to support Taiwan, but more to give you really a current sort of state of play in terms of what is happening to Taiwan in cross-strait relations with really just some up-to-date developments with regards to issues related to Taiwan. So I want to focus on basically three clusters of developments. One is the recent August military exercises conducted by the People's Liberation Army around Taiwan, ostensibly in response to Speaker Pelosi's visit there in early August. The second cluster of developments is the impact of Russian invasion of Ukraine on Taiwan, within Taiwan, and how that is impacting public views with regards to important critical national security issues related to its national defense, since that also is an important factor in the overall consideration about Taiwan's resiliency and its ability to provide for an effective defense of itself along with its allies. And finally, just like we had here in the U.S. a midterm election, similarly in Taiwan, it had its own local elections that was just held in late November. And so I just want to go over briefly what the developments were from that election and what the implications will be for the more consequential presidential election in 2024. So briefly on the military exercises, the PLA conducted an unprecedented military exercise around Taiwan from August 4th through August 8th. This was a combination of both naval, aerial exercises, as well as the firing of missiles and rockets around Taiwan. The PLA designated 6 closure areas almost immediately when Speaker Pelosi's airplane approached Taiwan's airspace. And in those 6 designated closure areas, it subsequently fired reportedly 11 ballistic missiles and rockets in 5 of these closure areas. It's worth noting that these closure areas, several of which actually, if you track the coordinates, actually overlapped with Taiwan's territorial sea, which is within the 12 nautical miles, which would be an infringement of Taiwan's sovereignty had there been actions that were taken in there. 4 of these ballistic missiles reported overflew the main island of Taiwan, and that was perhaps one of the most provocative action taken by the PLA. 2 of these closure areas actually overlapped with the exclusive economic zones of Japan as well as the Philippines. So actually there's 2 closure areas that overlap with the Japanese EEZ and 1 that overlapped with the Philippines. So the exercises themselves, I think, as a signal, were not necessarily directed only at Taiwan, or even for that matter, the United States, but also regional allies and partners of the United States that may be called upon in the event of a Taiwan contingency. As I noted earlier, this is of a scale unprecedented since the 1995-1996 Taiwan Strait crises, wherein actually over a period of 8 months, the PLA fired 10 missiles. So if you take that in terms of just the volume of action taken in terms of the missile exercises of 11 missiles over a period of 1 day, and 10 missiles over the Taiwan Strait over 8 months in 1995 to 1996, you can understand that this is a far more sophisticated and also intense set of exercises. And but that being said, I do think that it's important to note as a sort of an analytical judgment that while there are important military values to these missile exercises and tests, they were more for their propaganda value, and it was far more important in that regard. This was even suggested in a lot of the analysis that were provided in by the Chinese defense analysts, speaking to official state media, referring to these actions as sort of choking the Taiwan secessionist activities and so forth. Overall, I think these exercises mark essentially a new normal, if you will, in terms of a semi-permanent state of higher levels of tensions. And I think we should expect that, these activities will continue to intensify in combination with, I would say, an uptick of hybrid warfare activities against Taiwan into 2023 and beyond. And just as a sort of a concluding note on this particular area, I think that there's a tendency right now to be hyper-focused on a all-out invasion scenario of Taiwan, and I think it's absolutely critical that we do focus on obviously this contingency, but we should also be working closely with Taiwan to address, I think, what is the more persistent threats that are facing Taiwan in the forms of these various hybrid warfare activities that Emily had also referenced earlier on economic warfare, cyber warfare, political warfare, and we can get into that in great detail if you would like in the Q&A in terms of the various methods that they've been employing in United Front influence operations vis-a-vis Taiwan. That I would just add that in many respects, in these areas in which Taiwan has been the target of such PRC activities, Taiwan is like the canary in the coal mine here, and we are finding that a lot of these sort of MOs, the sort of tactics and techniques that they're utilizing in Taiwan are actually happening also in other countries as well. So I think it's worth sort of exploring these issues and what's happening to Taiwan for a better understanding. The second, and I'll go, I know that in the interest of time here that I'll cover briefly, Ukraine, it is important to set these sort of developments against the backdrop of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It is a global geopolitical event, a tragic event in terms of what is of Russia's illegal invasion and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. And I think this has also had an impact in Taiwan as well. And I think in a way that I think is quite profound in how it is shaping public opinion within Taiwan with regards to its own defense, in particular on issues of will to fight, which has long been a vexing issue with regards to the assessments about the resiliency of the Taiwanese public in being able to and willing to defend itself themselves. And I think it's just worth pointing out here in multiple polls that have been conducted in both in the aftermath of the Russian invasion, and as well as those that are comparing pre-invasion and post-invasion. We're saying that there are on average around 60 to 70% polled indicating a willingness to fight in the event of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. And then one particular poll, just as a point of comparison, it actually represented a near 30% increase from pre-invasion to post-invasion. So I think, the impact of which the Ukraine war has had in, I think, people's willingness to defend themselves is really profound. In other areas, it has actually perhaps even more tangible impact in terms of national security and national defense issues within Taiwan is on matters related to mandatory military service, the duration of conscription, as well as issues related to reserve training as well. And these are very two concrete areas wherein it has a direct impact in Taiwan's, sort of military readiness and other matters. And herein also as well, the public has actually, in polls that are done, multiple polls done in Taiwan that have indicated an increase of nearly up to 70% of people who support the extension of the current conscription duration of 4 months, which I think all military analysts agree is woefully inadequate and too low, to extending it to almost a year. Now that has to work itself through, the political process and so forth. But, I think these polls are public. It is being debated. It's being and it's being assessed and considered very carefully, within Taiwan's political establishment. That I think that this is an important dimension of that, of the overall consideration. And lastly, I think I'll just. Lastly, I'll just go in on the implications of the local elections. So It's basically Taiwan held its 901 elections, which essentially covers 22 cities, counties, and special municipalities. It's called 901 because it basically the people are choosing 9 tiers of elected office within these localities, and they're all combined in one. So the opposition KMT party right now has earned 13 of these sort of mayors, magistrates, and the heads of these magistrates, and the ruling DPP had 5 seats. The remainder went to non-affiliated parties. Now, these local elections tend to focus on local issues, and I think that's a very important point to keep in mind in terms of as we assess the implications. However, though, it does give the opposition KMT momentum going into the primary process, which is going to happen in the first quarter of 2023. Wherein the current president of Taiwan is barred from term limits from running again, and so there will be a new candidate from the DPP. And the current chairman, Eric Zhu, of the KMT, while has not indicated specifically whether he is going to in fact run, the strong, relatively strong showing in the local elections does seem to indicate that he will, he could become the KMT's candidate. Now, there are a lot of unknown variables here in terms of what may happen going forward, and so it's far from really a done deal in terms of who will be the presidency. But only to say that looking forward right now, I think 2023 is shaping up to be a very interesting year, and I think the PRC will step up its pressure campaign, against Taiwan in order to shape the outcomes of that election. And I think I'll just conclude there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Russell. And we'll go over to Craig.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So much of the conversation in Washington today around U.S. China relations is focused on preventing a hot war, right? And far fewer resources, I would say even far less attention is really focused on the current war of words that Beijing's already waging against us, specifically when we're talking about Chinese discourse power and its corrosive components, that malign influence that we're starting to really uncover here in the United States, but also in other countries. Discourse power has taken on a really renewed significance, I think, under Xi Jinping. Its roots trace back to the founding of the CCP, but we have seen this evolution in about the last 9 years where it has taken on growth in terms of leaps and bounds. And so, discourse power seeks to set and shape global narratives about China's composite national strength and its international influence. And the goal is building out, I think, what we've all spoken about here a little bit, is that alternate global architecture that really does reflect Beijing's values and interests. And so what we're seeing now, and I think Taiwan is a great test case of this, is the integrated employment across both peace and wartime of that public opinion, psychological, and legal warfare to achieve China's ultimate objective. And at a basic level, here, I think, in DC at least, seeking to alter global perceptions about Chinese autocracy and Western democracy, to compare and contrast and consistently misrepresent the two in ways that are advantageous to Beijing. And that is really significant because right now the conversation in Washington is very focused on this democracy autocracy framing and the weaponization of that conversation, as Michael mentioned, by Beijing. These sort of recent discourse distortions, though, and a series that I just want to touch upon here, have, I think, tremendous impact on our daily lives. And I think of us mostly in this room as fighting the front lines of Chinese discourse power, objectives and goals. And it's incumbent upon us to already think about how we're going to harden our defenses and sort of counter some of these things. And I think the first one that really has started to really, I think, reinforce itself to me is the focus or the idea that China is a democracy. You're seeing this, we all laugh, right? Someone just sort of gave me a little smile from the audience. They call themselves, right, a whole process people's democracy. We started to see back in 2021 through a paper that the State Council put out that talked about how China is the democracy that works. And we saw that same language reflected in Xi Jinping's work documents during the recent party congress. This has been institutionalized now across CCP rhetoric and discourse. In seeking to redefine democracy, though, right, they're doing it to suit their purposes and to legitimize their actions as representing the will of the Chinese people. And I think that to date, we haven't really heard an effective antidote from Washington or other countries to that. You are forced to engage in the conversation of whether, well, why isn't China a democracy? And they put out vast white papers where they make like what they consider strong argumentation in that direction. But it is a discourse distortion, and it is one that is intended to open the door to a conversation about, do we own the definition of democracy? And what are the implications as we think about this democracy autocracy framing going forward for China's global ambitions and global influence? This is particularly true in the global South. And one small vignette is thinking through China's response and messaging around COVID and zero COVID in particular. Within weeks of zero COVID, the Chinese engaged in a massive messaging campaign across the global South, weaponizing both state-owned platforms, but also traditional media to talk about how China's model was superior to the West. They weren't seeing massive deaths like we were here in the United States and parts of Western Europe. And through a variety of different polling techniques and tactics in the last few months, we've seen that those tactics paid off. Views of Chinese governance improved remarkably throughout the global South in response to that coordinated messaging campaign. So much so now that many of those countries have favorable views on Chinese global narratives and global governance. That's a direct threat, once again, in that discourse domain to us and our message to these countries as we think through China's discourse objectives and ambitions. The second theme I just want to touch on briefly is something that I think Emily mentioned, is this idea of emerging public opinion spaces and dominating those. I don't think back in 2013 when the Chinese Communist Party was talking about discourse power that they envisioned TikTok, but here we are. It's the #1 news source for people 17 to 35 in the United States. Right? We're starting to see the use of those algorithms, and we saw them most recently during the recent protest movements, using the algorithms for control of information and data flows and data governance to suppress stories about what we were seeing in China, mainland China, and the external response to it, and controlling what the average viewer here and sort of listener, as they're sort of scrolling on their phone, is ingesting. And that's just one example. There's such a broad ecosystem that we really haven't touched upon yet, where they are controlling through data governance, and they're thinking about those algorithmic challenges and opportunities that Emily mentioned that are just so critically important. Apple is another great example. Recently, if you saw, Apple, in response to a request from the Chinese Communist Party, disabled the ability to airdrop messages. Once again, controlling data flows, controlling information, and suppressing information that is detrimental to the CCP fits very squarely within the construct of discourse power and controlling those emerging public opinion spaces. Standard setting, which Ambassador Brandberg knows much about. The International Telecommunications Union being the most important, probably, international organization that no one has ever heard about. We are seeing this concerted effort, I think, to control digital infrastructure and data flows. And so much of that is designed to reinforce and to harness CCP messaging, all of which falls within what we would consider discourse power. And I would argue on that front, the West is losing, and losing quite badly. The last thing I wanted to touch upon was some of the evolution in Chinese election interference and lobbying here in the United States. A number of studies that were conducted over the last few months as we were leading up to our midterm election started to show a marked improvement both in the quantity and quality of Chinese election interference on particularly U.S. social media platforms. The idea being to sow doubt about the American electoral process, electoral integrity, and to champion autocracy as a better governance model. And as Xi Jinping has said, right, a quote, new choice for humanity. Some of the social media themes that were uncovered as part of these investigations were pretty shocking. The idea that you should question the efficacy of voting at all. That, quote, civil war is necessary to root out America's ineffective and incapacitated political system. Political violence against law enforcement. This was a central theme that was amplified in over 200,000 tweets from, as part of just one campaign that reached hundreds of thousands of Americans. And we wonder why we're having some of that, I think, like the social issues that we're sort of encountering here. And then other exploitation of cleavage points here in the United States on hot button sensitive social issues, abortion or gun rights. All of those were part of this broad-based Chinese electoral interference operation campaign that was run during this midterm election, which was very different than what we saw just 2 years ago, and far radically different, I'd say, than what we saw 4 years ago. We're just starting to uncover this, but it was across social media platforms, and it was in different languages, and it had far greater reach than anything that the Russians did back in 2016. Lastly, quickly on lobbying here in the Beltway and what we're seeing in the manipulation of language and discourse around Chinese companies and the threat posed by China and this concerted preference, I think, for engagement, the compete but coexist argument as opposed to compete to win argument, which I think is what's sorely missing from our discussion on U.S. China relations. There's been this massive increase in Chinese lobbying, particularly in the high-tech sector, in response to increased scrutiny from the Biden administration, but also Congress. We're starting to really delve into some of those lobbying and political disclosures and seeing who the Chinese are hiring. And it's sort of fascinating as we see some of these vignettes. Here in Washington, D.C., Republicans are typically thought of as being harder on China than Democrats. But Chinese tech companies are hiring far more Republican lobbyists than they are Democrat lobbyists. Far more Republican former members of Congress and their members of their staff than Democrats. And this was happening well before the recent election and the changeover in the House. What we're starting to see too is that language, that framing, have actual impact. If folks have been following closely the National Defense Authorization Act that's currently being debated in Washington, there was a massive issue of discussing Chinese drones, the American Security Drone Act. The goal was to purge U.S. systems of these drones. For a long time, it really looked like it was going to happen, but now we've learned through press reporting, right, that particular provision has been removed in response to a massive lobbying campaign by, you guessed it, DJI, the #1 Chinese drone manufacturer in the United States that hired some of the biggest and best names on K Street to advance its interests and its communication messaging on the Hill, but also publicly through massive digital buys. This is just one example of where the Chinese are able to exploit cleavages in our regulatory and legal loopholes to achieve actual outcomes in the real and now, not sometime in the future. I'll just close with saying that it sort of feels like we're missing some of the antidotes in our discourse to counter some of these big themes. And taken together, the Chinese are spending over $10 billion on discourse power that we know about. That starts a harder conversation, I think, here in the United States, and one that's politically fraught, but also societally fraught, about thinking about hardening our defenses, hardening our discourse, and really ensuring that we are reducing our exposure to these Chinese malign influence, not just here, but also arming other countries and other parts of the world to sort of identify, analyze, and interpret what they're seeing with Chinese discourse so they know what they are seeing and ingesting. This is an area where, just at least from my perspective, almost no work has been done. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Craig. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome questions from the audience. I know there are cards and pens. If you want to write a question, just raise your hand with it and those will be collected. And while that's going on, I'll use my kind of moderator's point of privilege to offer a brief analysis, summary of what some things that were said and ask my question. And Craig, thanks for mentioning the ITU. Of course, it's now nice to see there is a newly elected American SG at the ITU, and hopefully that'll be a cause for some hope and optimism coming up in the future. But you touched on, or focused on basically the systemic competition, the competition between our systems of government, which I think, as you said, both sides are actually looking to frame that way at times. And of course, Michael, you talked about the need for reciprocity. I've looked at this through the context mostly through the straight diplomatic side in the multilateral space, but I think it's a factor in both the kind of military exercises or issues around economic coercion, which is that when they act, when the CCP acts, we do not effectively respond. There are not consequences for actions. When I use the word consequences, I do not mean, and are trying to suggest they be military, but just consequences of the diplomatic, political, economic nature. And that I think we, and I found this directly in my working meeting with their own ambassador, that we have a huge communications challenge, because I feel as though in many respects, in bilateral and multilateral settings, we've actually communicated with them pretty much the same way for several decades now. The issue has been the change in U.S. policy is not so much about what we're communicating. It's the idea that we actually now mean it, right? And that we actually want those words to have consequence. And for them, when I put myself in their shoes, they see this as a big change, that our past behavior has shown that when they act in ways in which we disapprove of, that we speak about it, and in fact may need to get them to acknowledge or speak in a way, a press release, a joint appearance, a statement. But we all recognize that underneath that, their actions aren't going to change. And that's what's changed, is I think the American policy, our policy, with the recognition of, wait a minute, this isn't working, we need to see changes. So I look at one issue, I mean, we've got hosts of issues that came up, particularly in the multilateral space. I see the imposition of the national security law in 2020 over Hong Kong as a kind of huge demarcation line, that this again was a place where they rightly anticipated, letters, statements of protest, perhaps condemnation, but really zero consequences. And that this is kind of fundamental to the relationship. And I want to throw out to the panelists, what's your perspective on, obviously you talked about reciprocity, but just how we go about approaching so that there are appropriate, in my mind, consequences or responses to actions, so that, because my fear is ultimately they will continue to learn the wrong lesson, in which there aren't consequences, and which can lead to even more dangerous behavior. So let me throw that out there, whoever wants to jump in. And again, we welcome your questions. If you have them, raise your hand with the paper.
Well, I just say they've learned the right lesson, right? I mean, there are no consequences, but I think we have to understand the historical background to that, and I think it ties in with what Craig was talking about, right? Because on the face of it, you would think, well, how in the world would these messages from a regime that has imprisoned millions of Uyghurs, we've talked about that today, that has crushed Hong Kong's freedoms, that forces abortions, that has prison camps. How could these messages be accepted at face value? Accepted at face value because we are at the end point, so to speak, of a half-century era in which we have been conditioned. We have been conditioned to accept the idea that China is peaceful, that its rise was peaceful, that it was going to become a responsible stakeholder, that the relationship was so important, and I think, Andrew, this gets a little bit to your point, that the relationship was so important that we could not risk upsetting it over minor issues, such as theft of intellectual property or interference, or the fact that China has shipped untold amounts of fentanyl into this country. So the point is that what we're talking about now, we can sort of, flagellate ourselves and wear hair shirts. We have to recognize that it's the end point of a very long period in which China very successfully used propaganda and influence campaigns. And if you want to read more about that, I would highly recommend Alex Joski's new book, Spies and Lies, which is one of a number of books that cover this, but I think is really excellent on the specific ways in which the party set up front organizations, think tanks, promoted exchange, seeded, and by the way, all run by the intelligence services, right? There's not espionage operations by the intelligence services, but influence operations, seeding MSS officers as journalists and international organizations and the like. That's why what Craig talked about, I think, has such purchase. Not because it suddenly appeared yesterday, but because we've been conditioned for 50 years to accept those messages. And I agree with him, and if he's right, and he is, that we have to fight back against it, we have to understand just how far behind we are in that struggle. It doesn't start as an equal playing field. They're not at first base, they're at third base.
Yeah, obviously I agree. I think even just the specious framing that China is rising results in, it drives escalation risk concerns here in the United States. And I think that there has been some great research done recently that show that maybe we should question that China rising narrative and what does it really mean for us? I think what Gray Zone teaches us, and I think Taiwan is probably the test case I'm interested to hear what Russell thinks is, aggression begets aggression, because even as China ramps up its activities in this messaging space and the sub-crisis maneuvering, it actually hasn't achieved its ultimate objectives yet. So therefore it must continue to engage in them to achieve that de facto political and military supremacy in that space. And I think the challenge for us, so much so here, is that, and I don't think that comparisons to the Cold War, I think they happen to be imperfect, and I'm not sure we should hold ourselves prisoner to them, but there's a significant loss of muscle memory, as I think Michael touched upon, of how we do wage this battle. And I think that there are just some really important lessons, particularly from the early Reagan years, and how they approached this systemic challenge. And they accepted early on that we cannot coexist with this maniacal genocidal sort of entity, and that it shouldn't be the idea. We should not, competition is a means, not an end. And if you don't articulate that end state, which frankly, I would say this administration and the prior administration didn't exactly do, we don't really know where we're going. And so I think that thinking a little bit about some of the steps that were taken in the early 80s to really weaponize the Soviet Union's weaknesses and the dependencies that I think are just so flaring and apparent in a lot of Emily's work as well in supply chains, gives us tremendous leverage. And for too long, we assumed China was rising. And I think we have a lot more agency here that we perhaps give ourselves credit for.
Excellent. We have a lot of questions. I apologize. We will not get to all of them, but thank you for them. So let me, and I think, Russell, you're about to speak. I have a question directed to you, and you can combine in it. What do you think would be the most proactive actions the U.S. and liberal democracies can take to help Taiwan from China's political warfare?
Great. Excellent question. And here, you know what, I'm going to tackle, one of the beasts of sort of Taiwan policy head on here, which is the so-called symbolism versus substance debate, right? And oftentimes the sort of symbolism is derided as something that has absent of real value. And herein, actually, in the context of cross-strait relations, symbolism has a great deal of substance. And that sort of support, international support, direct bilateral support, has a huge impact in terms of strengthening morale and resiliency within Taiwan, where issues with regards to how China is engaged in persistent political warfare against Taiwan, both through covert and overt means, demonstrable, open, public signals of support for Taiwan are important. And I think the more that's done internationally with like-minded partners will only help to strengthen the resiliency of the public in being able to respond when, when the public is faced and the government's faced with, a huge volume of PRC propaganda and military coercion on a near daily basis now, in terms of the intrusions that are occurring now with the most all but erased median line across the Taiwan Strait, which had essentially acted as a sort of a buffer between Taiwan and mainland China. And so I think in that way, sometimes we need to think. We oftentimes focus so exclusively on the military threat that we forget that actually a large dimension of this contest across the Taiwan Strait is happening politically, and that we have to be able to address and respond to these political dynamics in a way that I think that can help address, I think, what will be the more persistent, imminent challenges that Taiwan will face going forward. And just if I may, on the, I just wanted to pick up quickly on what Craig had said earlier, which is, and respond to the comment that was made with regards to how aggression by the PRC essentially was not met with any consequences. And as a result of that, I think what China is finding that it is doing is that it will, act more aggressively, right? And and I think that is precisely, for a very long period of time, what's been happening in the Taiwan Strait. And I think only fairly more recently, with the sort of more proactive responses taken by the United States as well as like-minded allies and partners in responding to these actions taken by the PRC and the PLA, have you seen Beijing now respond, to what those consequences are, which is, what they are concerned about, which is, again, I think much more in terms of, more of the sort of the political signals that U.S. support and like-minded support implies towards Taiwan, and that goes for not only its sort of political leadership but also the people of China as well.
So recognizing that we are almost out of time, I'd like to invite each panelist to provide a kind of closing summation, your thoughts, and for a couple, I'll tease out a quick question that maybe you can kind of try to include in your closing comments. So we'll start with Michael, and you can wrap up any way you wish, but one question that was directed to you and specifically was about how do you evaluate the reciprocity strategy in terms of China's relations with the U.S. alliance, such as Germany, France, and other allied countries in terms of the interplay between our approach to reciprocity vis-a-vis our alliance structure. So, but you can try to tackle that if you wish, or.
Well, that's a great question. I'm not sure. I just have a few minutes because everyone else has to speak. I'd just say, we always say one of our great strengths is alliances, but we also have to recognize there's difficulties with alliance as well because of their own interests, and China's been very successful, particularly in working in Europe and the elite capture in Europe. When you look at the ways that it's influenced the Greek government, for example, Czech government, and other governments, and in terms of tamping down human rights pronouncements and the like. Of course, trade issues, buying or leasing of ports. So it is very difficult. I would just, let me wind up simply by saying, one thing I think is important, I'm not sure 100% germane to the discussion we've been having, but I do want to say is that for those of us who do believe that this is a rivalry, that China's an adversary, that this is a major problem, if not a direct threat to us, I do think we have to take seriously the other side of the debate. We can't just ignore it. And that other side of the debate has a lot of facets. I would just highlight maybe the main facet, which is to say, aren't we overreacting, right? China has not invaded Taiwan. It's not invaded the Senkakus, so on and so forth. You can go down the line, and that's an important. I think that's an important distinction between the sides that we have to we have to acknowledge it. We have to be careful that we don't sound shrill. I think we have to be willing to recognize or at least entertain the ideas where the post-1972 engagement policy brought gains to the United States, or at least have a very serious discussion about that. Because if we simply go down the one line that this is an existential threat to the United States, then I think it makes it harder both to make the points in ways that gain adherence and come up with clear policy. That's why I favor reciprocity. I think it allows us to step back from some of the broader, more dramatic issues and instead focus very narrowly on what hurts us, what helps us, and in that way try to recenter our interests at the core of the relationship.
Thank you. Emily?
I would think I'll be very brief, but I want to go back to the point of responding to China's competitive modes. And I think Craig hinted at this or said it explicitly, but one of the big problems is that we put de-escalation as an end goal. And competition is the end goal. Protecting and bolstering the international system is the end goal. But so often I think the U.S. tendency is to define success according to conflict not happening. And that doesn't work in an environment where conflict is happening. And we're just turning a blind eye to it. There's one other beat that's probably less important, but I also think that there's a tendency to respond to China in kind. China pursues discourse power in these ways. That's a threat. So we need to develop discourse power in similar ways. We're a different system. We have different strengths. We have different weaknesses. We're going to lose that fight. And I still don't think there's been the effort taken to say this is our end goal as a country. And then these are the weaknesses and strengths we need to defend and we can leverage in reaching that. And then here's how China's trying to subvert it and what the response is, going back to an origin state and then working towards a future state, not simply trying to work tit for tat in, kind of a faux version of competition.
Thank you. Russell.
Great. I think the only point that I would add as a closing note is that, and this relates to Emily's point about the escalation as an end goal, and that is I would be wary about the arguments that I hear, which I don't think represents the mainstream of the Taiwan policy, China policy community, but wary of the argument that's being made that the United States needs to make credible assurances to Beijing with regards to its one China principle with the one China understanding. I would say that this is actually this is an old habit that I think we have been unable to kick, which is faced with Beijing's recalcitrance, the only method in which we understand and we can deal with it, so not necessarily try to change its behavior, but necessarily change ours or that of Taipei for that matter. And that is, I think, also ignores to a large degree, what China is doing right now in terms of its military posturing is also for its political objectives as well. And if we understand that more carefully, we can recalibrate the responses in a way that I think would not necessitate, this sort of what I would call an overreaction to some of the, these developments that we see in terms of how we can, manage tension in the Taiwan Strait. If I had not stated it earlier, again, I think we are entering a semi-permanent state of heightened tension. I think one of the important parts of addressing the issues going forward is being able to kind of just accept that level of higher friction and being able to then manage it accordingly.
I agree with everything that's been said. I think the thing that's missing for me, and where I'm most interested, is there's an economic and prosperity discussion that's missing here in the United States in terms of countering China's global ambitions and trade as a tool of foreign policy. Trade has become a four-letter word here from both political parties, and I think it's sort of to our detriment as we think through reducing regional economic reliance on China and really challenging China in its own backyard, but thinking through some of these broader questions that I think obviously folks like Nate, Emily, and others are looking at supply chain connectivity and friendshoring, and these are great. We sort of have to operationalize them and start to do that sooner. We have to move from the theoretical to the practical. And I think that if COVID, if anything is going to come out of COVID, the black swan moment, the zero COVID opportunity for business to reduce their reliance on China and sort of reduce the structural and economic interlink and that dependence that exists. It's right now. Like this is an actual moment to do it, whether it's because of something that the U.S. is sort of putting forward, but more importantly, because of something that the Chinese did to themselves, a self-inflicted wound. And I just think that that's sort of an area that we haven't fully explored. It has implications for Taiwan security and strengthening ties with Taiwan and free trade. Particularly, it's the one thing everyone in Southeast Asia that I've talked to in the last 6 years says, please give us market access, please talk to us about free trade. And it's the one thing that both Democrats and Republicans seem unwilling to budge on. And I think there's probably a broader conversation about what a prosperity agenda needs to look like to take on China's global ambitions.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our panelists. This will conclude the final panel, and I will just deliver some very brief closing remarks. Thank you, everyone. So yes, this ends our formal program for the day. I want to thank everyone for coming, and I just want to close on a note. I didn't want to take the time during the panel discussion, but and in fact, someone asked a question that was exactly what I wanted to close on. The question that I didn't answer in the previous panel was, to what extent has the West's recognition of mass atrocities against Uyghurs and other groups impacted China's foreign policy and ability to leverage the international system? And the answer is, we don't know yet. That's what's happening right now. Why I'm so thrilled that we could host the film screening last night, the important conversation we had earlier today on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act and everything that is happening right now in the United States. And in particular, as we saw earlier, just a couple months ago in October, there was the first attempt ever in the UN Human Rights Council to hold a vote on the question to have a debate on China's human rights abuses taking place in Xinjiang. For those of us, I'm sure everyone in this room, following that, we saw that vote narrowly failed. But the answer to the question is not final, because nothing is ever final unless you give up. So it's my hope and expectation that we will see the United States once again at the next session of the UN Human Rights Council in March, bring this question back before the international community and demand accountability and a response where that decision is voted on again and in fact passes. So for all of you that have joined us today, both here in person and those online, thank you for your incredible work, your support and dedication. This was a really impactful and really interesting China Forum we had this year. And I want to wish everyone the very best. Thank you all for joining us today, and we look forward to working with you all in the future. Thank you.